No further communications, Mr. President.
We have no further communications. Therefore, we are on the introduction of bills and resolutions. I'd ask the reading clerk to read.
Introduction of a Senate resolution by Senators Fernandez, Bennett, Lieber, and Tedder to congratulate the Dorchester Academy Lady Raiders basketball team coaches for winning the 2026 South Carolina Independent School Association Class 2A state championship title and commend them for an outstanding season.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Fernandez, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To present the resolution.
You're recognized for introductory remarks. Are they going to be here with us? Is there anything? Are there any requests for local bills? Are there any requests for local bills? Final call for local bills. Hearing none, that takes us to page 1, General Appropriations Bill H 5126. Amendments on the desk. I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the next appropriate amendment.
We're back at the top of section 1B. The first amendment is on page 312 of the bill. It's amendment number 15 by Senator Graham. That's been previously carried over. It amends the bill Part 1B, Department of Education, proviso 1.124, lines 7 through 21, by amending the proviso to read.
Senate, stand at ease momentarily. Senator Cherokee.
Move to carry over the amendment.
Senator Cherokee moves to carry over the amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's carried over. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 312 of the bill, amendment number 18 by Senators Sabb and Stubbs, previously carried over. It amends the bill, Part 1B, Department of Education, page 312 after line 24, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you rise?
President, we're still working on some language. Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's carried over. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 409 of your bill. It's amendment number 17 by Senator Stubbs, previously carried over. Amends the bill Part 1B, Section 45, Clemson University.
Senator from Chester, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's carried over. Further amendments. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 422 of the bill. It's amendment number 11 by Senator Sutton and others, previously carried over, amends the bill in section 50, Department of Commerce.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request to go to amendment number 32. This is the updated, same amendment, but updated with the new data center language.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to go to amendment number 32? Is that correct? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. We will go to amendment number 32. Reading clerk will publish the amendment.
Amendment number 32 is by Senator Sutton. It's in section 50 of the bill, Department of Commerce, on page 422 after line 2, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton.
Thank you all. This is a continuation of the conversation we were having yesterday about the Department of Commerce, as well as the Coordinating Economic Council, limiting them from providing incentives for data centers. And this does not affect anything currently in the pipeline. This is prospectus in the next year. Again, this is a temporary stopgap measure that they cannot provide any incentives for data centers. So what this has changed from yesterday is Senator from Calhoun raised a great point about standardizing the language for data center. So that was included. I believe the same language is going to be used in Senator Blackman's amendment, as well as my future amendments about data centers. What this defines them as is basically the bill that's in subcommittee now. It's pulled from that, and at 50 megawatts or greater. Thank you very much, staff, for helping out and organizing with this. Now, Senator from York, you may want to pay attention to this part.
Senator, with some order.
It was
The Senate suspend just a second. I ask that the Senate be in order, please. Thank you. Senator from Charleston.
Senator from York, you said yesterday that state incentives are not going to data centers. Did a little bit of research last night, and I've got this press release about a place called QTS Data Centers establishing the first South Carolina operations in York County. I believe that's your home county. The Coordinating Council for Economic Development gave them $200,000 for site work for a data center. $200,000, and this is exactly what my amendment targets, is Department of Commerce and the Coordinating Council for Economic Development. Now, you may be asking yourself, who is QTS and who owns QTS? Well, number one, their campus, as stated in this press release here, is strictly for data centers, right? QTS is owned by Blackstone. That is a $1.55 billion with a B dollar company, and the state of South Carolina gave them in 2003 a $200,000 incentive for their site work that flowed through to York County to construct a data center campus. I also have page 17 from the 2023 report from the Coordinating Economic Council that outlines $200,000 set aside real property improvements for York County. So want to shut the door to that idea that we are not providing incentives for data centers. Got it right here. Happy to provide a copy for anybody out there that wants to take a look at that. I know several times yesterday it was said very clearly that we are not. I have found that not to be the case. So this amendment shuts the door on that going forward, that the state of South Carolina will not be providing incentives for data centers to come to South Carolina. I'll happily yield for any questions.
Senator from York, Senator Johnson, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Questions?
Yes, sir.
Here for questions.
Senator, I appreciate you doing that research. We'll certainly have some entertaining conversations with Commerce at our next subcommittee hearing.
Please put them under oath.
Well, they were under oath last time. So when I was given this definition yesterday, I shared it with some folks, and there is a concern that this definition is going to wrap up companies like BMW and Michelin, who are large power users, and in some of their kind of back office technologies. And I was given perhaps some additional language that we might want to add to make sure that we don't accidentally wrap in. I'm not trying to stop your amendment. I just would like to better, and I don't want to belabor this all day long. I'd like to get this done in the next 20, 30 minutes. Sure. But I'd like to work on that data center definition to make sure that we don't accidentally get some of our largest employers and largest manufacturers in this state.
Sure, I'm sympathetic certainly to that, and I don't know if you read the part about 50 megawatts. Not sure if those facilities are doing more than 50 megawatts there, so they may be below that threshold there, but happy to look at it further.
Senator, did you know that they actually use more than 50 megawatts, and that's why we're worried about those two specifically?
No, and I appreciate that. But here's the other thing in this definition where I think we'll be all right, but again, I'm happy to hear further. Again, this says primary purpose. So the primary purpose, of course, for Michelin BMW is to build cars. This says that data centers, the primary purpose is to store data. So I don't believe those guys are doing that, but I understand, don't want to mess with them there, but happy to look at additional language as long as we can move forward. Because again, to our conversation yesterday, it was said this isn't happening. It is happening, folks, and we need to put a stop to it. And we have an opportunity for the next year to put a stop to it until hopefully we can pass that bill that you're working on to rein in the data incentives and also put guardrails on these things.
Senator from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Ask if the senator from Charleston would yield for a question.
Senator, yield for questions. Senator yields for questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator from Charleston, I'd sort of share your shock and alarm at having discovered a fact pattern that is directly contrary to that which Commerce has expressed to members of the legislature for years now. And where you were, I'm grateful to you for doing the research here. And you know, these incentives where you're aware, have totally run amok in a lot of different directions. And fundamentally, don't you think they ought to be used exclusively for the purpose of attracting and retaining industries that the people of South Carolina need or want?
Yeah, you know, somebody asked me this morning, because I guess there's an assumption. I thought I was very clear yesterday. My position with, I'm generally not a fan of these things, but there are areas that where it makes sense. And somebody was asking about it this morning. I think Boeing's a good example. I think some of the incentives that we provided for them and the return on investment there has certainly played out. But I do think that as practice as in a state, we are too generous in this realm. And the other example, of course, I'll point to is the Carolina Panthers and how we got burned. I mean, even before that all went belly up, I think we were given incentives for over $1 million per job, which that's pretty insane. There's a lot of areas where that money would be better spent.
Be happy to have a conversation with you on that one at a later time. But Mr. President.
Senator from York, Senator Clymer.
I asked unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor of the amendment. And Senator from Charleston, if you would please, keep me on there if you amend the definition of data center with regard to the conversation you had with the Senator from Northern York.
Absolutely.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from York, Senator Clymer, to be added as a co-sponsor to the amendment? Here, no objection, so ordered. It will be added to the amendment.
All right. Mr. President, if there's no more questions, I'll move to the carryover so we can get this definition dialed in for data centers.
All those in favor of the motion to carry over would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Mr. President, for the purposes of an introduction.
You recognize for introduction. While the senator comes to the podium, Senator from Anderson, same thing. Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today we welcome members of the South Carolina Restaurant and Lodging Association to the Senate and recognize today as Hospitality Day. South Carolina's hospitality industry is a cornerstone of our economy, supporting hundreds and thousands of jobs and generating billions in economic impact statewide. From restaurants to hotels, this industry helps define the South Carolina experience for both residents and visitors alike. Today is an opportunity for these leaders to engage with us, share their stories, and advocate for their industry. I want to thank all the members of the hospitality industry for what you do for South Carolina to keep people coming here, to keep us growing, to keep us vibrant, and thank you for being here today. And members, if and when the Senate does recess, there's the Taste of South Carolina on the State House grounds. And Mr. President, we have a concurrent resolution.
Ask the reading clerk to publish the title of the resolution.
This is a concurrent resolution to express sincere gratitude to the participating restaurants and sponsors of the South Carolina Restaurant and Lodging Association's annual Hospitality Day Legislative Luncheon, and to recognize Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026 as Hospitality Day in South Carolina.
Senator, the resolution has been unanimously adopted by the Senate. Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Again, thank you all for being here and what you do for South Carolina. And again, Mr. President, thank you. If we recede today for lunch, the Taste of South Carolina is on the State House grounds till 2:30 p.m.
Thank you. Senate, so important. Welcome to the Senate. We're honored to have y'all. Thank y'all for what you mean to the state of South Carolina. Thank you. Senator from Anderson, Senator Gambrell, what purpose do you rise?
Rise for the purpose of an introduction.
You're recognized for the purposes of introduction. Senator from Anderson, Senator Gambrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're honored today to have some of our beauty pageant folks with us today, the teens. I'd like to recognize Miss Eva Reed Wilson, and Mr. President, she's Miss Golden Corner Teen. And she was with us. I hope she's still there, but if not, we'd want to make sure she get on the record of being recognized by the Senate. I wish you'd all congratulate her on her title.
Welcome to the Senate. We're delighted to have you visiting with us today. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 422 of the bill. It's amendment number 11 by Senator Sutton and others, previously carried over, amends the bill. Section 50, Department of Commerce, adds a new proviso. This is the one we need to get rid of,
Senator from Orangeburg. Motion is to carry over the amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator from Kershaw, what purpose do you rise? You're recognized for introduction.
Mr. President, thank you, Senators. Today we have the former Senator, from Sumter County here today, and Senator Leventis is here, and so those that would like to say hello to him, he is here in the chamber, and obviously I am still trying to fill his footsteps in Sumter County, and we appreciate your presence here today.
Welcome to the Senate. We're honored to have you visiting with us today. Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Rise for the purpose of introduction.
You're recognized for the purposes of introduction. Senator from Georgetown, Senator Goldfinch.
Thank you, Mr. President. Myself and the other senator from Horry is here today to welcome our friends from Myrtle Beach, the Myrtle Beach Chamber of Commerce. Stand up, guys. Let us see you. They're here for Hospitality Day. We certainly appreciate you coming and seeing us here at the State House and appreciate everything you do for us. Welcome them to the State House, please.
We're delighted to have y'all visit with us. We appreciate y'all. Good to see you. Thank you for what you mean to our state. Enjoy your time here with us. Senator from Kershaw, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Unanimous consent request
State your request.
that the Senate adjourn in the memory of Representative Chris Pratt from Anderson and also Camden. He passed away yesterday, and we'd just love to recognize him at the next available day.
Without objection, the Senate will stand adjourned on the next available day in memory of former Rep. Chris Pratt of Anderson and Camden. Our hearts are with the family. Without objection, so ordered. Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Mr. President, unanimous consent
State your request.
to adjourn on the next available day in the memory of Miss Epiphany Anderson.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request? Hearing no objection, so ordered. We'll stand adjourned in that memory on the next available day. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
The next amendment is on page 428 of the bill. Amendment number 30 by Senators Blackman and Chaplin, previously carried over. Amends a bill in Section 55, Department of Environmental Services, by adding an appropriate number proviso to read. Blackman, Senator from Lancaster.
Senator from Lancaster, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over and waiting for the additional information on the definition of data centers.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried over. Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise?
Introduction.
You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Orangeburg.
So if you just felt this room get lighter and more beautiful, I want you to look to the gallery up here because it is my privilege to recognize and celebrate the Miss South Carolina Scholarship Organization, which is marking its 89th year of empowering young women across our state through education, leadership, and service. This is an official preliminary to the Miss America competition, and this organization here in South Carolina provides more than $275,000 in scholarships each year while developing confident, community-minded leaders who make lasting impact across South Carolina and beyond. And we got contestants coming in from all over. But what I want to do first is introduce to you the man behind the whole scene, which is the Miss SC Executive Director and President, Chaz Ellis. Chaz. And I will tell you one thing about Chaz is when I got diagnosed with cancer and they said I needed to go right away, Chaz went with me to Brazil and Chile and Argentina, and we had quite a little vacation with several other people, but he was one of the people that accompanied me. But look, here, let's get to the meat of this. We've got an array of beautiful young ladies who are bright in mind and spirit, but I want to recognize three of them. The first one is Miss America Teen of 2026. She was our representative, and she was crowned Miss America Teen, and that is Tess Firm. Tess first earned the title of Miss South Carolina Teen 2026 before going on to capture the coveted national title just a few months later. She's a very passionate advocate for food allergy awareness and life-saving education. She was inspired by a life-threatening allergic reaction that she had in her childhood and went on to create From Fear to Freedom food allergy awareness. Through this initiative, she has reached more than 8,000 students and partnered with leading organizations and supported efforts to strengthen food safety policies across this country. Thank you so much. Next, I want to introduce to you Miss South Carolina 2026, Sarah K. Wren. Sarah K. is a Columbia native, an honors graduate of Clemson University, and a dedicated advocate for heart health. Through her work with the American Heart Association, she's educated more than 5,000 students in CPR and AED, and actually came to my office and lobbied me earlier this year on the AED bill. She has led fundraising efforts and raised more than $600,000. She's now serving as Upstate Heart Ball Director and continues to advance life-saving initiatives through her community service platform, Heart Strong, empowering the next generation of lifesavers. Thank you so much. And the final young lady I want to recognize is Miss South Carolina Teen 2026, Lily Kate Barbary. Hey, Lily Kate. Lily Kate's an accomplished dancer and a passionate advocate for kindness and appreciation. She's a two-time Talent Award recipient and has earned more than $14,000 in scholarships. She will be enrolling in the University of South Carolina this coming fall. Through her initiative, Everyday Heroes, she encourages communities to recognize and uplift those who serve quietly through simple, meaningful acts of kindness. Thank you so much. Together, all of these young women from across South Carolina represent the heart, talent, and service of South Carolina. We are proud to celebrate their achievements, and we're grateful for the example that they set for future generations across this state and across this country. Let's give them all a welcome.
Please stand, those that are standing, wave, recognize you today.
All of you who are here for the as contestants and honorees, raise your hand or stand up.
Yeah, We're delighted to have y'all with us today throughout the great state of South Carolina. Enjoy your day here at the State Senate in the Capitol. Thank you. Thank you, Senator from Orangeburg and others. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 506 of the bill. It's amendment number 24 by Senator Adams, previously carried over, amends the bill. Section 108, Public Employee Benefit Authority, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Adams, what purpose do you raise?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is amendment number 24, which we were talking about a little bit yesterday. This is the poor system retirement, allowing officers to come back into employment after a 90-day sit-out. Move for favorable report.
Question is, Senator from Greenwood, what purpose do you raise, sir?
Consent.
State your request.
Be added as co-sponsor.
Without objection, Senator from Greenwood is added as a co-sponsor. Senator Garrett. The pending question, Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you raise?
Unanimous consent.
State your request.
Added as a co-sponsor as well.
Is there objection to the Senator from Williamsburg being added? Here, no objection. Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you raise?
Mr. President, unanimous consent.
State your request.
To be added as a co-sponsor as well.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request? Senator Zale will be added as a co-sponsor. The pending question, is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Roll call has been requested. 5 members second that call. More than 5. Clerk will ring the bell. Question is the adoption of the amendment. Roll call has been ordered. The clerk's rung the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander?
No.
No. Mr. Allen? Aye. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Blackman? Not voting Mr. Bright? Aye. Mr. Campson? No. Mr. Cash? Not voting Mr. Chaplin? Aye. Mr. Clymer? Aye. Mr. Corbin? Not voting Mr. Cromer? Not voting Mr. Davis? No. Mrs. Devine? Aye. Mr. Elliott? Not voting Mr. Fernandez? Aye. Mr. Gambrell? Aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? Aye. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mr. Grooms has leave. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? No. Mr. Jackson? No. Mr. Johnson? Votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Not voting Mr. Kimbrell? Not voting Mr. Lieber? Mr. Lieber not voting Mr. Martin? Not voting Mr. Massey? No. Mrs. Matthews? Not voting Mr. Ott? Mr. Ott not voting Mr. Peeler? No. Mr. Rankin? Not voting Mr. Rickenbaugh? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Stubbs? Aye. Mr. Sutton? Aye. Mr. Tedder? Not voting Mr. Turner? No. Mr. Verdon? No. Mr. Walker? Not voting Mr. Williams? Votes no. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Zell? Votes aye.
Of all senators voted, Senator Ott votes aye. Senator Blackman votes aye. Senator Kennedy votes aye. Senator Matthews votes no. Senator Cromer votes no. Senator Kimbrell votes aye. Of all members voted, Senator Tedder votes no. Senator Lieber votes aye. Of all senators voted, Senator Graham votes no. Senator Martin votes no. Senator Elliott votes, Senator Devine votes no. Of all senators voted, Senator Elliott votes aye. Of all senators voted, the polls are closed. The clerk will please tabulate. By a vote of 24 to 17, the amendment is adopted. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
The next amendment is on pages 549 through 550, amendment number 12 by Senator Johnson and others previously carried over. It amends a bill in section 117, general provisions, adds a new proviso.
Senator from York, Senator Johnson, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized. Amendment number 12.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Senator from York, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of you all, we carried this over yesterday. This is the telemedicine. We did that at the request of Senator Cromer to make sure that North Carolina had the exact same policy. And what I discovered is, yes, a physician licensed in both South and North Carolina who is practicing in South Carolina can oversee nurse practitioners in North Carolina as long as they are geographically compatible. And that's exactly what this does, because it makes it, the counties have to be contiguous. I move for adoption.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
The senator from York yield for a couple questions.
I will. Yield for questions. Senator yields for questions.
Senator, and is the scope of practice for a nurse practitioner the same in North Carolina as it is in South Carolina?
I can't answer that question, Senator. I don't know exactly.
And I guess what I'm getting at with that is, if you have a supervisory doctor in North Carolina, does he have to be familiar with the scope of practice of an NP in South Carolina in order to supervise an NP in South Carolina? Because if the scope is different, and the doctor in North Carolina is familiar with the scope there, if the scope is different here, that physician may not be aware, and in fact may actually assign things or allow certain things that are not permissible here. And I didn't think about that yesterday. I'm just thinking about it now as you're talking about it.
So the proviso as written states that if you are living and practicing in North Carolina and want to oversee a nurse practitioner or that type of person in a county that touches your county, then you also have to be licensed in South Carolina. And so therefore you would understand the scope because you're licensed in South Carolina. And so just like we allow a doctor sitting in Charleston who's licensed in South Carolina to oversee a nurse practitioner in York County via telemedicine, we're just simply saying that a doctor sitting in Charlotte or in Augusta could do the same thing as long as they have the same licensing as every other doctor in South Carolina to do that practice.
Senator from Lawrence, what purpose do you rise?
Senator, yield for a question.
Senator, yield for a question.
Senator, further in your amendment is also the requirement of an established practice agreement or a collaborative agreement already part of the requirement, and this application is within the telehealth statute. So as it relates to what the senator from Aiken's concern is, which is mine as well, that would have been an approved, in good standing practice agreement with whoever the healthcare extender is.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Senator. Move for adoption.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to by the Senate and adopted. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 580 of the bill. It's amendment number 33 by Senator Gambrill. It's a bill in section 117, general provisions, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Gamble, what purpose do you rise?
Explain the amendment.
You're recognized. Senator from Anderson, Senator Gamble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Proviso 117.200 puts SLED in charge of the interoperability of the Palmetto 800 system. This is the radios that emergency responders use to talk to each other and between agencies. All this amendment does, they have to come up with a baseline number of radios, and it states in the proviso that SLED must work with several groups: the Department of Administration, Public Safety, Emergency Management, Police Chiefs, Sheriff Associations. My amendment just simply adds a member from the South Carolina State Firefighters Association and the South Carolina EMS Association to that board to get the proper count of the radios. Move for passage, Mr. President.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 581 of the bill, amendment number 37 by Senator Massey. Amends the bill in section 117, general provisions, by inserting after line 33 the following.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
Be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized. Be heard on your amendment. Senator from Edgefield on his amendment, Senator Massey.
Mr. President, there is a proviso that was newly added this year. I think it may have actually been added by the Finance Committee, dealing with payments for NIL and revenue sharing. And the proviso was designed to ensure that no appropriated funds or tuition-derived revenue be used by the universities for NIL or revenue sharing payments. I am adding into that no revenue derived from required fees that the students are required to pay. There are fees, and we've talked about this some, but there are fees that are part of the required cost of attendance for students. And while I'm doing is trying to ensure that those mandatory fees also are not used for NIL or revenue sharing payments. Move adoption, Mr. President.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you rise, sir?
It's to be added as a co-sponsor.
Is there objection to unanimous consent request to the senator from Aiken, Senator Young, being added as a co-sponsor? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Question is, pending questions, adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted by the Senate. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 585 of the bill. It's amendment number 9A by Senator Sutton, previously carried over.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request to withdraw this amendment.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request that the amendment be withdrawn? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The amendment is withdrawn. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is also on page 585 of the bill. It's amendment number 10A by Senator Sutton, previously carried over.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Inquiry for the desk.
State your inquiry.
Is there a 10B amendment? There's some language updates made to this one. I was wondering if a 10B amendment has been filed.
I'm informed we do not have a 10B at this point.
I
Have a
moved
10A, but not a 10B.
unanimous consent request to carry over. We have got some updated language coming with this.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried over. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 585 of the bill, amendment number 20 by Senator Bright, previously carried over. Amends the bill in section 117, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise, sir?
You heard on the amendment?
Be heard on the amendment. You're recognized. Senator from Beaufort.
Mr. President, it's an amendment by the Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, which would require PEBA to monitor, store, and report to the General Assembly and to the President incidences of miscarriages. Okay, now this is in addition to current requirements already in the books that all abortion procedures in South Carolina are reported. That's section 44-41-60. All abortions that are reported or occur because of medical emergencies, 44-41-640. All abortions that occur in the state because of rape and incest exceptions, section 44-41-650. All abortions that occur because the baby has been diagnosed with a fatal fetal anomaly, section 44-41-660. All of that is current law, and I understand why we have that. Because, Senator from Edgefield, we want to track the impact that the heartbeat law has on reducing the number of abortions in South Carolina. That's material information for us, I think, and that's legitimate. What I don't understand, I'm not going to yield yet. Have a seat. What I don't understand is why we are now asking PEBA to track miscarriages, Senator from Orangeburg. Miscarriages. So I say I don't understand, but I do understand. Because I don't think most members of this body realized what happened yesterday in medical affairs. Senator from Orangeburg, I know you were there. We passed, and I voted for, a fetal heartbeat law which banned abortions until such time as a fetal heartbeat could be detected, around 6 to 7 weeks, except for instances where the pregnancy is caused by rape, incest, or if a physician diagnoses that the unborn child has a fatal fetal anomaly, meaning it has a condition inconsistent with life outside the womb. That particular law balanced what I consider to be two competing rights: the right of a woman to sovereignty over her body and the right to make her own medical decisions, and the legitimate right of the state to see that an unborn child is born and becomes a member of society. We balanced those rights. We had a long debate balancing those rights, and we arrived at a point that I don't think everyone is in complete agreement with. But one thing we did is we recognized that a woman has rights. The bill that was passed yesterday in medical affairs assigns no rights to the woman, Senator from Charleston. Bans abortions from the moment of conception. Eliminates the exception for when the pregnancy is caused by rape. Eliminates the exception for when the pregnancy is caused by incest. Senator from Williamsburg. eliminates the exception for when a physician says that that baby in the womb cannot survive outside the womb, missing vital organs, missing a brain for whatever reason, forcing the woman, conscripting her body, making her carry that child with a fatal fetal anomaly to term. It is the most draconian, insensitive, disrespectful abortion bill in this country. But it doesn't stop there, Senator from Colleton. It doesn't stop there. You know what else it does? It subjects a woman to imprisonment for up to 2 years. So, if my daughter were raped and she decided that she wanted to have an abortion, she'd go to jail. If my daughter were raped and the physician diagnosed that unborn child with a fatal fetal anomaly and she wanted an abortion so she didn't have to carry it to term, she'd go to jail. Go to jail. The physician who would assist a woman in that context would be guilty of a felony and go to jail for 20 years. Not just the woman, though. Not just the physician, though. We're going to do something different. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and make it a RICO violation. We're going to take organized crime RICO statute, and everybody, except from Williamsburg, who was associated with that decision, doctor, nurse, physician assistant, the receptionist who booked the appointment, they're all going to go to jail. Now, this sounds like something Kafkaesque. It sounds like something unreal. It passed out of medical affairs with every single member of my party, the Republican Party, voting for it. Voting for it. That worries me because there are 34 Republicans in this Senate. We are doing something extremely dangerous. And this particular amendment that the Senator from Spartanburg put on the desk, directing PEBA to surveil and report women who have miscarriages, is yet the next step in this process. The next step in this process. I don't want to be associated with this. I don't want the party that I'm affiliated with to be associated with this. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. Now, we have lots of things that we have to debate. Healthcare access. I can go on and on and on. But we spent an inordinate amount of time and a heavy lift to get this thing before y'all. It's on the calendar. It's there before you. I arrived today, and I'm glad the Senator from Spartanburg offered this amendment because somebody has to yell, stop. We've jumped the shark on this. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Eliminating the exceptions for rape and incest, forcing, even worse than that, Senator from Orangeburg, a rapist has the right to compel the woman to carry it to term because this bill says that both parents have to agree before an abortion occurs. So you have a situation where, under this bill, passed out of committee, is on this calendar, a rapist can stand in the way of parents wanting the child to avoid having to carry that child conceived out of rape to term. Now, I've heard, punish the offender, don't punish the unborn child. I've heard that. There was a famous analogy back in the 70s, I can't remember what it's called, the famous violinist analogy, where it imagines this, it's a thought experiment. Suppose you wake up one day and you're in a hospital bed and you're hooked up to a famous violinist. And the doctor says to you, you have to remain hooked up to that famous violinist for 9 months or that violinist is going to die. That person lying there hooked up had nothing to do with that, is innocent. Can the state then say to that person, you're going to lie there for 9 months and keep that violinist alive? Is that what we're going to do? That is not what we're going to do. Women are not just simply vehicles or receptacles for children to be born. They're sentient human beings with rights. This amendment and the road we're going down ignores those rights. It is extremist, it is cruel, it is not reflective of what South Carolinians are, and it's not reflective of who I am. And I hope and I pray it's not reflective of what the Republican Party is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, unanimous consent request
State your request.
that the words from the Senator Buford be entered into the record.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Sumter that the words from the Senator from Buford be placed in the journal? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you
Wish to be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, before the senator who used to vote with me on this issue took the well, I was going to withdraw the amendment because staff had told me we weren't tracking these numbers, which I want to tell you something. You get elected, they put the laws on the wall, and of course I don't think we've got them up there anymore, but we got a tremendous code of laws. Everybody can't know everything. We can get things wrong when it comes to agencies. My understanding was from staff, they didn't track this. Now I find out they do track it. So the amendment's not really needed. So what I was going to do, but I'm not going to withdraw it just yet because that baby that was conceived in rape, that did nothing wrong, that we think deserves to be murdered, somebody's got to stand in the gap and speak for that child. I know where the numbers are. I've gotten 200, 300 emails about this draconian bill that's going to save unborn children's lives and how evil and wicked it is. They suck these children out of the womb. Watch the movie Unplanned. Somebody's got to stand for these babies, and I know it's popular not to. I know it's popular to talk about being a fetus and talking about being something that needs to be discarded like a tissue, like a fatty cell tumor. But these are children, and I've got to stand before a holy God one day, and that God has given me this will be 9 years in this chamber, and I'm going to stand for the unborn every chance I get, and you can't shame me and you can't cow me. I was raised out in the country, and I had people yell at me, but then they could beat on me. I was the youngest of like boy cousins. I mean, I was yelled at plenty, but the beatings were the worst part, but I got used to it. And I kept standing up, and that's maybe why I stand up here. We're not going to agree. There are things we're not going to agree on. Where guns, babies, we're not going to agree. But I'm going to tell you, if we get the numbers in this chamber, we're going to save those babies, but we don't have the numbers. Senator from Buford, I respect you. We've fought sides. When I was first elected, we came in here and fought this budget. I don't know if you remember, we were the revolutionaries. Senator from Buford got these yuck stickers and stuck them on the budgets. I mean, we've been on the same side, and we're going to be on the same side on other issues, but on this issue, I'm not going to yield. As long as I'm breathing, I'm going to fight for it. I've been voted out. I can be voted out again. I mean, I'm not here to, this is not a lifetime position. I'm at the will of the voters, but I can't leave here knowing that I didn't do everything I could. Senator Cash feels the same way. Senator Verdon feels the same. And I'm going to leave out somebody, but there are a lot of us that feel this way. But we're going to lose votes. We're going to lose issues, but this is an issue that we're not going to let go. So I'm going to withdraw the amendment with unanimous consent because these numbers are being tracked. I don't know if I'll ever be able to vote for a budget. I got 3 years left. I'm not thinking I'm voting for this one unless we change it a lot. And I'm going to try to change it, but I don't think I've got the numbers to do that. But one of the things that would give me heartache voting for a budget is knowing I voted for a bill that had funding to end the lives of children. And I wanted to know how many.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Lieber, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator Yield for a question.
Senator Yields.
Senator Yields for a question.
You know, Senator, that we were pregnant with my 10-year-old daughter. The doctor told us we needed to abort that child and her brain wasn't growing. The doctor said 95% of all parents would abort this child. I just refused. You know, sir, she was born perfect, healthy, and perfect. Do you know that?
Senator, you just told me that story, and that is, I've heard that story from so many different people that doctors have not given their children a chance, and it breaks my heart to think that people decided not to give the baby a chance. I've lost a child, and my wife lost. We've actually had 2 miscarriages. That's I had cancer when I was 17, chemo, all that, terrible surgery, and I've had a lot of heartache in my life, business, politics, everything, but there's been nothing as painful as losing that child. And maybe, it never was outside that womb, but I watched him jumping up and down inside the womb before we lost him. So I know he's up there, he's in heaven looking down on us, and I just want to make sure that we fight for those children, because he's got a lot of them up there that are up there in heaven with him, but they didn't die because it was meant to be. They died because of an abortion. So,
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Fernandez, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Wonder if the senator would yield for a few questions.
Senator yields.
Senator yields for questions.
Senator, did you know with the bill that passed out of Medical Affairs Committee yesterday, I was a sponsor on that bill?
I did not know you were a sponsor, but I knew it passed out yesterday. I've gotten about 100 emails since it passed out.
I wish I could trade inboxes with you, because I think my assistant said I'm at 1,250, and what do I want to do with them? Since that vote yesterday, did you know that I have been dragged on social media and websites have been set up with my name on it? Were you aware of that?
Yeah, you told me that a little bit earlier. And as I told you, one of the best quotes I've ever heard was from Ronald Reagan. He said, "Everybody that's for abortion has already been born."
I've heard all the attacks under the sun. The political ones, fine. Personal ones, it is what it is. I think it's funny how, did you know that people who don't know me, they always ask, well, I hope you don't have any daughters. Did you know that I have 6 daughters?
I knew you had daughters. I didn't know you had 6.
That's why I'm bald, Senator.
I'm glad you can afford them.
Me too. I am happy to say that my daughters stand with their father on my favorable vote yesterday. Were you aware of that?
I'm sorry, Senator, I did. Could you repeat that?
Were you aware that my daughters stand with me on my favorable report of the bill passed yesterday?
I was not aware of that.
Out of committee, that is. And we just heard a passionate speech against 1095, correct?
Yes.
You and I, we don't celebrate rapists or sexual assaulters of incest, correct?
I'm for castration and execution. I think that is you're murdering somebody's soul when you do that. That is the most heinous crime that exists. I mean, somebody never gets over that, and I'm for the harshest punishment you can give those that would do that.
I agree. Those evil men should receive the harshest punishment that we can give them, correct?
Yes.
Should we also punish those innocent children?
The rapist, regardless of the amount of evidence, still gets a trial. Still gets to go before a jury. And I've said this in the past. I said, hey, give the unborn the same right. If they can get a unanimous verdict for capital punishment and the jury unanimously votes to end the child's life, then that's due process. I wouldn't agree with it, but that's due process.
And one last point, Senator. Did you know that I agree with the sentiment that we hear all the time, my body, my choice? You heard that argument before?
I have.
Senator, do you have 2 stomachs?
I look like it, but I don't.
It's a rhetorical question. Do you have 4 lungs?
No, I definitely don't have
2
4
hearts?
lungs. Definitely not.
Some people will say you have 2 brains, but do you have 2 brains?
No, Senator, I do not.
So if we don't have a duplicity of all these organs, that unborn child is not our body, is it?
It's not, Senator. It is. It's a soul that needs nourishing, needs development, needs growth, and I'm just sad that in this country, we're the only country. I think that China, Russia, and the U.S. are the 3 countries that allow abortions up to the 9th month in some states.
The Constitution and its amendments.
Not Russia. I'm sorry. China, South Korea, and the U.S.
Okay, and the Constitution of the United States.
North Korea, I'm getting my North Korea. I want to make sure I get this right so I don't besmirch any other
Geography
nations.
test.
But my understanding is it's China, North Korea, and the United States.
Senator, do you agree that it is an elected public servant's sole duty to protect the people under the Constitution and the amendments to the Constitution?
That's what we swear to do.
And do you believe that it is our duty to use those constitutional protections to protect even unborn children?
I agree.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator would yield for some questions.
Senator yields.
Senator yields for question.
Senator, were you aware that of all the abortions that take place, the studies show that less than 2 involve rape, incest, or fetal anomaly, less than 2% of all abortions?
It's a extremely small percentage, but it matters to that 2% because
it does. Senator, would you agree that whenever we debate this topic in this chamber, it seems like we spend 98% of the time on the topic talking about the 2%? Would you agree?
I agree, Senator. It's a lot of times it's convenience. And did you, Senator, I can't ask you a question, but there was a recording artist that was bragging about one of her fans who took her, while she was pregnant, took her child, obviously in the womb, to the concert. And the artist celebrated the fact that they got the child got to hear her song before she was aborted. I mean, this culture of death, to me, is what's draconian, which is heartbreaking, which is devastating.
Senator, I believe you know a woman named Rebecca Kiesling, don't you? And you're aware that she founded an organization called Save the One.
I do.
Senator, have you met other people who are alive who were conceived in rape?
I have. Some of them know they were. Some of them don't know they were. But I've been told, that they were, but the parents didn't tell the child. But I'll tell you, it's amazing in this country and in this world. You remember the guy that sunk the submarine? He had this experimental submarine and got stuck in the ocean, and we moved heaven and earth trying to save the guy. We will do, as a world, we'll do anything. And all these thrill seekers, we'll do anything to save. When they get in trouble, we'll do anything to save that one life. And we make the argument that whatever these panic buttons cost, if we save one life. So that 2%, it's a small number, but it matters. And I will tell you that I do have the numbers from the state health plan. And it has been less than 25 in the past several years. And that was what I wanted to know, because I may one day want to vote for a budget, and that's always troubled me because I knew that was in the state health plan, and the fact that taxpayers are paying for it, and we've tried to amend it out, but we don't have the votes to take that out. But it was a number I wanted to know, and like I said, once I had this number, which is available if you request it, that was kind of the point. And I didn't intend to get off the budget. With respect to the chairman of finance, I had no intention for this debate to happen because I was going to withdraw, But Senator, that's kind of where we are.
Senator, do you realize I'm not trying to in any way minimize the trauma of the exceptions that have been mentioned here by saying it's only 2%, because if you're one of those 2%, it is a trauma.
It's everything to you. Yeah.
But Senator, did you know I've also met quite a few people who were conceived in these difficult circumstances, and they tend to be some of the ones who speak up the most because they look just like you and me, did you know? And they feel like it was not their fault, the circumstances of their conception, and yet they felt like, did you know, that they had a right to life, the most fundamental right of all. Did you know?
Yes, Senator.
Senator, would you agree with me that abortion is an act of violence?
I would agree that taking of a life is definitely an act of violence.
And rape is an act of violence, is it not?
It is.
Senator, do you believe that you can undo the act of violence of rape by the killing of the unborn child? Does that undo it? Does that somehow rewind things in any way, do you believe?
I've talked to women who have had abortions, and the trauma they go through. You know, it's the lie of, you know, we're going to dispose of this like it is like a small cyst, and then this will all be over, and it's never over. And we weren't made for those experiences not to bother us.
Senator, are you aware that this testimony that the senator from Charleston mentioned it's not the first testimony of that nature that I've heard, of a doctor telling a parent that you should probably abort this child because of the fetal anomaly. You know, I've heard other people with children who were also born very well off that the doctor told them they should abort the child. Are you aware?
I've heard countless stories. You know, I know you were on the outside of this chamber, and I was on the inside of this chamber, and we've debated it and met people that were that have gone through that. We've had them come testify, but it's again, I know where the numbers are. You know where the numbers are. It's hearts and minds, and you know, I wish those unborn children had people that could be more convincing than we are, but it's sometimes God has to move in hearts. We can't control it.
Did you know, Senator, I on several years introduced provisos to prevent PEBA from using state taxpayer dollars to pay for abortions.
Senator, we had a big fight in here. We fought this, and I knew where the votes were, but when I was here last time, we had this fight. I remember I don't stay down here often, but I do stay some, and I just happened to stay one night and woke up at 5 in the morning, couldn't sleep, turned on the television. It was the House, it was ETV, and it was the House debate. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and they were wrapped around the axle on this issue. And you know, it's you know, there again, I know where we are numbers wise. That's why I hadn't put an amendment up to do that this time. This amendment was just, you know, if we got in a position where I could support a budget, I wanted to know what these numbers were, and now I know, which is a lot more than I knew before I asked the question. So,
Senator, a lot of comments have been made about the bill. I'm sure a lot more will be made, including the fact that I'm playing God, telling people who can or can't have an abortion. Senator, is an unborn child an innocent human being?
It is.
Senator, is the unborn child always innocent?
Well, the unborn child is born and is raised. Eventually, it's going to fall because there's none righteous, not one. But before it's out of the womb, it has not done anything other than be conceived.
Senator, what's the term that we use when you willfully, intentionally kill an innocent person? What's that called?
That is murder.
Did you know, Senator, I believe killing an unborn child is murder?
Senator, I don't know how you argue. I know you can't argue otherwise, but I don't see I can't do the intellectual gymnastics to get there, because the child's done nothing wrong. If you're going to execute it for the sins of the father, then it's still done nothing wrong. The father is not being punished, and you know, as it was said earlier, I mean, I'm all for if you had, of course, you know, victims advocates argue against it because they say that you know, a rapist may end up killing the woman because, you know, he knows he's going to get the death penalty if he's convicted. But, you know, I do not have a problem with executing a rapist. I mean, I think that again, that is the worst thing you can do to somebody. I mean, murdering somebody, obviously, but, I mean, that is a destruction of someone's safety and security and the struggle they go through for the rest of their lives after that's done to them. And for the rapist to receive compassion is not something, I know we're supposed to forgive, but the state doesn't forgive. And I would say that I would definitely, there would not be any repeat offenders.
Senator, fetal anomaly is a difficult subject at all times, is it not?
It is.
And I don't mean just fatal fetal anomaly. I mean any kind of anomaly. I've already mentioned, Senator, that doctors aren't always right in their diagnosis.
They're not God. They call it practicing medicine for a reason.
A lot of times they are. Did you know, Senator, that the country of, I believe it's Iceland, has almost eliminated Down syndrome? Did you know that?
I was not aware of that.
Senator, can you guess how they've eliminated it?
I guess they're considering that a fetal anomaly and executing the.
They kill all those babies, Senator, in the womb. Senator, I don't know what kinds of paths of logic you get to justify these things, but would you agree, Senator, that it's not the person who says you can't kill an innocent child who's playing God. It's the people who assume to themselves the right and the authority to kill an innocent child who are actually and ultimately playing God over the power of life. Did you know?
Senator, I think we could probably tie up the rest of the day on this, but I'm hoping that we get in a situation where we can debate this on the floor. I know it made it out of committee. It's going to have an objection. As far as a special order slot, I don't know where we are on that. This is an opportunity to discuss it, but I do want to make sure that people know where I feel. And like I said, I had every intention of withdrawing this and sitting down, and I was trying to interrupt the senator from Beaufort so we wouldn't go into this. Chairman of Finance, this was not my intent. I was going to withdraw the amendment when I stood up, but I had to answer some of those attacks on those of us that do want to defend these unborn children.
And I appreciate that, and I respect you for it. So I'm going to sit down in a minute or two. But when someone attacks the unborn child, someone has to speak up for that child. They can't speak for themselves. Would you agree?
I agree. I mean, they obviously can't. I mean, that's a...
So, Senator, did you know if people want to continue to stand up and make these arguments and attack the unborn child, there's some of us that are going to stand up every time and defend them?
Yes, Senator.
I want to get back to the fatal fetal anomaly because this is such a difficult thing to deal with, talk about, discuss. And I watched this Republican caucus a few years ago roll over on a fatal fetal anomaly amendment in about 5 minutes. About 5 minutes. There wasn't much fight at all, Senator. Did you know?
Senator, I will tell you, when we had the big, beautiful bill discussion, and so many senators, which I didn't vote with them, but they made the argument that we got to do what's hard. We got to do the hard things. That's what we're here for, is doing what's hard. But on so many issues, when I was here before and when I was away, so many issues that were hard, it seems like at the last minute, we caved on some things that we shouldn't have and ended up with a product to get it finished. And this is the deliberative body. And, I've had the discussion with many folks, we probably don't need any more laws. We need to be eliminating laws and maybe have a 2-for-1 where if you pass one, you got to get rid of 2.
Would you agree that it's a profound grief, is a profound loss when a child has a severe anomaly, including a fatal fetal anomaly? Would you agree with that?
It is, but even what was mentioned, by the senator from Charleston is, these fetal anomalies, sometimes don't turn out to be what the doctor says.
That's true, but I'm just saying, granted, in the case where it is, you're going to grieve. You're going to experience loss. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Whether you kill that child, dismember it, pull it out of the womb, or whether the child is born and dies in your arms, you're going to experience profound grief and loss, are you not, Senator?
Yes.
I mean, you spoke of your personal experience just a few minutes ago. Senator, did you know I disagree with the idea that dismembering a child is somehow erasing the grief, that somehow that makes it better, that somehow that provides closure. Did you know, Senator, that I believe, honestly, sincerely, that the baby that is delivered and loved until it passes away, that is the loving thing to do, and that those parents will sleep knowing they love that child to the end? Did you know, Senator?
Well, Senator, these are issues that obviously, if it ever gets to the floor, it will be hashed out at length. I don't, it's late in the session, miracles happen, but I don't, so we'll just see. But, right now I know we're on the budget.
Did you know, Senator, and I'll sit down in a minute, I don't consider it an act of compassion to dismember a child that has a fatal fetal anomaly. I don't consider that compassion for the child. Certainly don't consider it compassion for the mother, who's never going to forget that as long as she lives. But if the mother gives birth to the child and the child passes away, the child was loved to the end.
Well, a child outside the womb that's born prematurely, they don't go into the neonatal intensive care units when the situation is hopeless and dismember the child. So, I think the big debate is location, and is it a person or not? And if it's not a person, then everything's open game. But if it is a person, it deserves rights. And to me, it's as simple as that. And we can go into all these what if, and ask all these questions. But to me, it fundamentally comes down to this. Is it a person or not? I believe it's a person. Just happens to be in the womb. If it's a person, can't be denied life, liberty, or property. Life happens to be first.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Spartanburg, Senator Kimball, what purpose you ask, sir?
President, see if the senator yield for just a couple of quick questions.
Senator yields.
Thank you. Now, I know there's a couple of amendments beyond just this one. Okay, so I'm just going to say,
I
exchange anything with you on this issue.
This is all the. I thought this was going to be simple. I just wanted the number. I have the number now. I didn't think this was going to be this big of a roadblock. I got some other things that are going to be roadblocks, but I got nothing else on the life issue. This was the only thing I had, and it was just a reporting question.
Fairly, two quick questions that I think are important that we should talk about. Because, I know you and I have some disagreements on these issues, but as a whole, I think we're largely aligned in being pro-life. I always have been. Are you familiar with the Medina versus Planned Parenthood decision?
Senator, in a question, you tell me your synopsis of it.
Well, so did you know on June 26, 2025, the Supreme Court of the United States supported South Carolina in defunding, basically Eunice Medina, our DHHS secretary, was the plaintiff in the case. We essentially said under executive orders from this state, that South Carolina would not fund Planned Parenthood abortions through the Medicaid program.
Right. Now, I'm familiar with that. I didn't remember the name of the case, but I'm familiar with it, yeah.
Are you aware that the Supreme Court upheld that position?
Yes.
So we don't do that anymore.
We don't fund Planned Parenthood.
So we've taken a huge step forward in the last few years of saying we're not funding that in the state. So when we talk about supporting the budget, we're not funding Planned Parenthood in the budget. We've never done it directly, and we're not even doing it now through Medicaid programs. Do you agree with that?
We're only paying for rape and incest through the state health plan.
So the only question I would have beyond that the Dobbs decision came down before Dobbs, pre-Dobbs. The position, and this is a little partisan, but the point is the position was more pro-life. Americans are moving a more pro-life direction because of extremism of states that were saying, all right, up until, I think it was famously Governor Ralph Northam of Virginia, former governor, of Virginia in a radio podcast who essentially said if a child was essentially, I don't like using the term, it sounds so harsh, essentially designated they wanted to abort the child up until basically delivery, it'd be okay if they let the kid basically pass away on the table.
The famous senator from California, I think it was Feinstein, one of the two senators that they're no longer in the Senate, made the comment that it had rights when it was brought home and loved. So even after it was born in the hospital, when you got it home, if you changed your mind.
So, Senator, my point was American people viewed that as extreme.
Right.
And so prior to Dobbs, folks said, okay, this is crazy, and the public sentiment was moving in more of a pro-life direction. Now, post-Dobbs, when we talk about stuff like, and I say this with all the respect in the world for you because you and I are friends, but when we have an amendment, I know you're going to withdraw it, but we want to collect data on like D and C procedures. Have you, I'm just asking a question because this is reality. It's great that we want to defend children in the womb. I want to do it. But at some point, you start to lose the argument with the public. And right now, post-Dobbs, the American people have moved the other direction, frankly, because of stuff like that, right? I mean, do you at least recognize the polling suggests that?
Oh, I conceded that from the moment I took the microphone, that I know where the numbers are, where the polling is. I mean, and you know, we can go throughout history where polling was, what people believed was probably not what we would tolerate today.
Sure, but General MacArthur said at the end of the Second World War, there's no substitute for victory, right? He said that.
Right.
So if the notion is we're going to try and protect more children, if we do things like reporting D and C's and miscarriages, don't you think that has the opposite effect of what I believe you want to do?
Well, what I'd like to know,
people kind of move against us?
All I wanted to know, which I don't think this is, I think this, knowing how many abortions the state paid for is not going to get near the attention that any abortion bill we put on the floor, because like I talked about before, we passed that heartbeat bill, but my understanding is, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a compromise towards the end that allowed some chemical abortion pills into the state. Is that true or not true?
I would have to check the record on that to be.
Because my understanding is we're having more abortions now because you don't, and here's where the rub is, they're not going to need a doctor anymore. You're going to take a pill and the baby's going in the toilet. And that's graphic, and that upsets people, but if you support it, you need to know it, and you need to brag about it, because that's what you support. So, I mean, there's not going to be a doctor, there's not going to be a procedure. Planned Parenthood's not going to be doing the abortions. There's going to be a pill that's going to come from probably overseas. If we ban the pill here, it'll come from somewhere. I mean, everything gets delivered on our doorstep now, and that baby's going to be killed through. And here's the other thing, is these women who take this pill, probably the less threat of the law, because keep in mind, we make this argument, the argument was said that she's going to jail. She's going to jail if she's raped and has an abortion. We still have due process, like the baby's not going to have due process. You think a jury's going to convict a girl on something like that?
But Senator, would you at least say, and this will be my last question, to that point that you just made, if we say there's no exception even in those really extreme, dire circumstances, which, as you've acknowledged in your remarks today, 2% or less of all abortions in South Carolina, whether you can still win at a jury or not, do you want to put somebody in the position of having to defend themselves against going to prison because they were raped? They were raped? I mean, I'm pro-life, but I can't be comfortable with that.
You have prosecutorial discretion. I don't see anybody going to jail that was. What we're trying to do is make a deterrent. What we don't want to happen is these pills that they can take up to 12 weeks, that women are going to die. They're going to die taking these pills in their houses.
Respectfully, that's a separate subject on that. I understand what you're saying on that. I'm talking about when we
but
say
what's
there's
the
no
deterrent?
exception for anything. If you want to win the argument, would you at least acknowledge, and I said I was going to sit down last time, I will now, would you at least acknowledge that there's two sides of the coin, as I've said before, of justice and mercy, and if you take a position of justice without mercy, you lose that argument?
Well, I have people that I respect that I don't agree with, but are totally on the other side of the issue. So, I mean, I can understand the argument of what I'm just saying that it takes some moral gymnastics to argue that it's a life, but yet we're not going to protect these lives because it's politically expedient to move the ball faster. I can't do that. I can't stand before people and say, yeah, we can get 50% plus one and we can get this passed, but we got to put these kids at the altar of Molech for the abortion industry because, you know, we got to have some that we can kill.
Senator, I appreciate your remarks about, all I'm going to say is it's not just political gymnastics or however you put that. It's ultimately when you can't win the argument, we actually have you go the opposite direction where you want to go. So if the idea is to save lives, winning the argument matters. And did you know that? And I appreciate your time. I'm going to let you get off the...
And what I've been told is that the numbers are going up because the abortions that are the pills that are done at home. And Mr. President, I would like unanimous consent now to withdraw the amendment.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request from the Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, to withdraw his amendment? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The amendment is withdrawn. The reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 585 of the bill. Amendment number 25 by Senator Bright, previously carried over. It's a bill in section 117, general provisions, adds a new proviso.
Senator from York, Senator Johnson, what purpose do you ask?
Make an introduction. Can I take a moment and make an introduction before the senator, as the senator comes to the podium?
Yeah. Yes, you're recognized for introduction. Senator from York, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Everyone, want to call the Senate's attention to the balcony with the group from Piedmont Medical Center. Please stand up so we can recognize you. Today we have with us Chris Mitchell with Piedmont Medical Center in Fort Mill and Teresa Urquhart from Piedmont Medical Center Rock Hill. These two hospitals represent medical care in York County. They do it at a high level, and these are fantastic facilities. 5-star ratings for stroke and respiratory failure, 15 clinical zero harm awards in 2025. These hospitals are shining examples of why you should stay in York County for your medical care. You don't always have to travel to Charlotte, contrary to popular belief. So I just ask that everyone please join in the Senate, please join us in welcoming Piedmont Medical Center to the Senate.
Welcome to the Senate. We're delighted to have y'all with us today. Thank you, Senator. Senator from Chester, what purpose do you ask, sir?
A quick introduction.
You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Chester.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor today to introduce one of my constituents and favorite people, Miss Maggie James, who's standing up in the galley. Miss Maggie she is just a servant in terms of servants in the state of South Carolina, has been on the Chester County School Board for over 30 years, and also has been the vice chair 12 times during her tenure on the school board. Miss Maggie's seen a lot of changes over time at the Chester County School Board. And when we talk a lot of times about the differences between urban and rural school districts, Miss Maggie could probably write that book for us. So she's here with the School Board Association today, and I just wanted to introduce her as one of my favorite people and ask that the Senate give her a warm welcome here today.
We're honored to have you with us. Thank you for your service. And I see other members of the School Board Association here. So welcome, all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you ask?
Mr. President, amendment number 25, we've talked with some state agencies, and we're going to draw another amendment. So with that, unanimous consent to withdraw amendment number 25.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to have an amendment that was before us withdrawn? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The amendment is withdrawn. Senator from Calhoun, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
To distribute material to the body.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the senator from Calhoun to have material distributed to the body? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Reading clerk will continue to read.
Next amendment is on page 585 of the bill, amendment number 34 by Senator Bright. It amends the bill in Part 1B, Section 117, adds a new proviso.
Senate will stand at ease momentarily. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent to carry over.
Unanimous consent request to carry over the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's carried over.
Next amendment is also on page 585 of the bill. It's amendment number 35 by Senator Young. Amendment number 35 amends the bill in section 117, adds a new proviso.
Yeah. It's going to stand, Senate will stand at ease momentarily. Senator
Mr. President.
Aiken, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the proviso?
You recognized on your amendment.
All right, so this proviso would allow anyone to pay property taxes that are due on a piece of real property to a county in which the property is located. Whether it's the property owner, a family member, a friend, anyone who shows up with money ready to pay the county, they would be required to accept the payment as long as it's the payment that's due and owed to the county on that real property tax.
Senator from Collington, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator would yield for a quick question.
Senator yield for question.
Yes.
Senator yields for question.
Isn't that the law as it stands
No,
now?
apparently we've gotten several people that have called over the last few months that have complained about some counties, unless it's the property owner, him or herself, who comes to pay the property taxes, they will not accept payment.
Wow, I'd never experienced a county that wouldn't take money.
Well, we thought that was kind of our response too, but this was a proviso that staff recommended we put in to make sure the counties are paid when someone shows up ready to pay them. I would move for adoption.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, then I'll come to Senator from, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator would yield for question.
Senator yield for question. Senator yields. Senator yields for question.
He's going to come to the podium.
Senator from Aiken continues to have the floor, answering questions. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin's been recognized for questions.
Thank you, Senator from Aiken, for yielding for question. I feel bad talking this way when you're behind me.
That's no problem.
So, anyway, can anyone, they don't have to, do they have to be a relative, or could just anybody come by and pay those property taxes for them?
The way the proviso is written, it says any person may pay the property tax for any real or personal property located in South Carolina. But it doesn't vest any property rights in the person who's paying the taxes, and it clarifies that. But again, this was brought to my attention by some different people who've contacted us the last few months. In fact, I think I filed a bill to address this, but it hadn't, this proviso was what we decided to put in last week. And again, it just ensures that whoever shows up to pay, that the counties will accept their payment. And again, I don't understand what the problem is. I mean, if someone's there ready and willing to make a payment that's a valid payment on a tax that's due, we haven't been able to figure out why they were being turned away. But
Senator, I totally agree with you. I didn't see how it would be a problem. But I mean, if anybody wants to do a test case and use my address and go pay something, We'll see if it works.
Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator yield for a question.
Senator Yield for question. Senator Yields for question.
Thank you, Senator. I definitely appreciate this because I know sometimes I'll have people who someone will pay taxes for them. My question for you, and I haven't been able to read the amendment, the county is not allowed to change the address of where the tax bills are sent to in your proviso, are they?
No. No, it doesn't. This simply clarifies that if someone shows up ready and willing to make payment on a property tax or personal property tax, real property tax bill or personal property tax bill that's due and owing to a county in South Carolina, that they can't be turned away when they're there ready to make the payment.
So my only concern, Senator, and maybe there might need to be some clarifying language. I've known of situations where someone has gone to pay a tax bill and they've said, well, I'm paying my mom's taxes. Can you just start sending the bill to me? And the county will change where the tax bills get sent to. The problem with that, Senator, would be that if the person if they are no longer receiving the bill, they may not pay the taxes, and then lo and behold, someone finds out that the house is now up for tax sale. It happens a lot of times when there's children, might be fighting about mom's house. So I would just be concerned that a county would take this directive as a way to say, well, if this is the person I'm receiving the check from, they tell me to send the bill to this address, I'll do that, and then someone may not have noticed that a tax bill's come out. So is there a way that we can make sure that the county does not change an address of where the taxes are sent to unless an authorized person gives them that directive?
I'm happy to carry this over if we need to look at it. We do have a provision in this proviso that says payment by a third party does not confer any ownership, interest, lien rights, or other legal claim to the property.
Yeah, I think it probably needs to be, and we can work on that, just something specifically, because it wouldn't change the lien rights, but if they don't get the tax bill, they can lose it at the tax sale. So I just don't want a tax bill to be changed to a certain address. We can talk about this. If you won't mind carrying over, and then we can talk about it for a second.
Senator from Greenwood, what purpose do you rise?
Senator Yield.
Yes.
For question. Senator Yields for question, then I'll come to
While you're in
Senator.
the process of carrying over, I'm concerned about the idea of adverse possession. A lot of people in adverse possession will pay the taxes during that 10-year wait period if the county will allow it, will accept money for them. They're showing adverse possession by paying the taxes on it. I don't want that to hurt their historic right of adverse possession, showing that they're holding it openly, notoriously, and hostile to the true owner, and paying the taxes as one of the elements necessary to establish their claim. So we may need to work on the language a little bit. Would you be willing to do that, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator from Williamsburg, been patiently. What purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as well as the Senator would yield.
Senator Yields for question. Senator Yields for question.
Thank you, Senator. I really appreciate that you're reading the last part that makes it clear that the payment of taxes does not confer an ownership interest nor a right of a lien. Senator, and I wanted to share a story with you about a circumstance that I was involved in, maybe 20 years ago or so, but where an individual died and the taxes were due. And Senator, did you know somebody went and paid the taxes, and after paying the taxes went and changed the locks? And after changing the locks, actually moved into the house because they were under the impression that if I paid the taxes, the property is now mine, not at a sale, but if I just pay it, it's mine. And so I do think that it's essential that you have that kind of language in the proviso.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Senator from
I'm
Aiken.
to carry over the amendment.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
Rise to make an introduction.
You're recognized for the purposes of
Recognition, rather.
You're recognized. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, it's not really an introduction because everybody knows my baby.
My daughter, Ashlyn Martin, is here today. She's working here for work, and she wants us all to come to Hospitality Day and get some lunch. So hint, hint that they're probably got the food ready. But Ashlyn, you know I'm very proud of you, baby, and thanks for coming to the Senate today. So let's give her a warm welcome.
Welcome to the Senate. We're always glad to have you here. It's great to see you. Thank you. The reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
The next amendment is on page 585 of the bill. Amendment number 36 by Senator Zell. Amends the bill in section 17, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Cherokee, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, I take the hint from the senator from Spartanburg. He said the food's ready. So, 12 noon, so I move that we recede until 1 o'clock sharp.
Motion is that we recede for 1 hour to 1 p.m. All those in favor would say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand recessed till 1 o'clock sharp.
That will give us a stronger starting place in the conference committee.
No, sir. I think, again, all you're doing by amending it is taking away our ability to be strong in whatever direction the body wants to go. By taking away the ability to concur or non-concur.
Would you agree that if we non-concur, we certainly shouldn't concur with the Senate bill, but if we non-concur, we're going to end up with a conference committee. If we amend it, we're going to end up with a conference committee. So what is the difference?
You've lost the ability, in the event you've lost the ability to concur if that's a possibility.
But what is the difference in the end result?
There's a tremendous amount of difference. I don't know that I have enough time to explain the difference in conform and non-conform at this point.
All right, Mr. Jordan, your first 10 minutes has expired. I take it you don't want your second 10 minutes. Okay. So now the pending question is adoption of amendment number 2. Mr. Jordan moves to table amendment number 2. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Amendment number 2 is tabled. That brings us to amendment number 3. Clerk will read.
3A substitute McCravy.
Mr. McCravy is recognized to explain amendment 3A. Mr. McCravy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the bill that we received from the Senate, it has what you would call a federal trigger. In that bill, it states that in the event the federal government changes the definition, which is already changed, in the event when it goes into effect, and that's 0.4% per serving of a hemp beverage. When that goes into effect, the Senate has a trigger in the bill that says we default to the federal definition. So that would change in November. Another reason probably why we shouldn't even be doing this bill, because the federal government's going to decide all this in November. But nevertheless, that trigger is important. It makes us conform to the federal law. And so the Senate debated this, and that's what they decided, that we needed that trigger in there. So what this amendment does, and I certainly think all of us, or many of us, agree with the trigger that's already in there. But what this does is require immediate action by the state, because there's no provision in the Senate bill about, okay, our law goes to this. Well, how long does it take for that to take effect? So all this amendment does is say that if and when the federal definition goes into effect, that in November, that once that happens, we direct the regulating agencies. And by the way, this bill's got 2 regulating agencies that's come from the Senate. I think there should be 3, and I've added the DPH later on, because who's going to determine the potency, the chemical composition of these products have got to be checked by an independent laboratory. So I've got down that the regulatory agencies must immediately put this into effect. So they can't just say, well, we don't have the resources to stop this. It could go on for years, and all this kind of thing. It just mandates them to move quickly. And that's what this amendment does. Any questions?
Mr. Gatch is recognized for a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. McCravey. So isn't it true that we don't really know what the federal government's going to do in November?
Well, we don't know what we're going to do in here, so I can't tell you that the federal government knows what they're doing either. But they have passed a bill as part of the big, beautiful bill that the definition is going to change in November. It goes into, they've already changed the definition, but it doesn't go into effect until November. Now, between now and then, it's anybody's guess. You could always go back and change that. They could go back and change it. They might not change it, but right now the law is that it will be changed. So I'm assuming, we got to assume something, I'm assuming that it will change in November based on what they've passed, the law that they passed.
Yes, sir, I understand that, and I'm following your logic, but don't you think it makes sense that if we insist that we prohibit these products from getting into the hands of children under the age of 21, just like we did almost unanimously last year when we sent this to the Senate last year, we have the opportunity to see what the federal government actually does in November, and then we can come back in January knowing with certainty what the federal government has done, and then we can come back to the drawing board to figure out what we can do now that they have made their decision.
Well, that's not what's in this bill, and I'm just shoring up what's in the bill.
You're talking about the Senate amendments?
The Senate
Oh,
bill.
yeah, I don't like the Senate amendments.
Yeah.
But I liked our bill because our bill made it illegal for kids to get this stuff. It protected our youth, and it outlawed synthetics. I mean, I think that for sure is where everybody agrees. Even if you're for a full ban, the full ban would also, by implication, include 21 and under. It's just not as much of a ban as the full ban folks want. So since we're all on the same page there, and virtually everybody that we've talked to agrees that we don't want this to get into the hands of our youth, why wouldn't we just insist that the Senate pass that into law, or allow the governor to sign that bill, and then in November we'll know what happens, and then in January, having known with certainty what the federal government has done, so, like you said, we don't have a crystal ball, we can't see what that is, then we can come back in January knowing what the federal scheme is, what the regime is from the federal government, and then we can more intelligently and accurately and precisely figure out what we can do to regulate it as South Carolinians.
You could use the same argument to say we shouldn't do anything yet because, we need to see what the federal government's going to do. But I'm just shoring up what's already in this bill. If you vote, I mean, you're welcome to put up an amendment. If you don't like this trigger law, you could put up an amendment to do away with the trigger law that's in there.
Thank you, sir. I really like what the House almost unanimously sent over to the Senate a year ago. It's a shame that it took this long for them to get it back to us, so that we're having so little time to actually talk about it before the session ends, and that's not on you.
I agree with that.
Yes, sir.
I agree. This is a very important thing that's going to affect the lives of many people in South Carolina. To hurry this thing through the Senate and now be hurrying it through the House is a mistake.
Well, we agree on that. Thank you, Mr. McCready.
I agree with you on that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wooten is recognized for a question. No? All right, Mr. Williams is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is very interesting. And I just like what Representative Jordan just kind of spit out to us earlier. I don't know if you guys were sitting there listening to his remarks, but it kind of helped me to understand a little more. Now, let me ask you this, Mr. McCready. How many amendments you have on the desk?
It's approximately 22 or 23.
Okay. Are you serious about those amendments on the desk?
I'm serious about every one of them.
Okay, because based on what I've heard, and I try to listen tentatively, is that if we have one amendment, if we just put one amendment up on the desk, that kill our chances for anything else.
That's not true. It doesn't kill our chances for anything else. This bill is going to end up in a conference committee, okay? Regardless of whether we concur, if we concur, then the Senate gets their way. It'll end up in a conference committee whether we put an amendment on it or whether we concur. So that's what I'm trying to say. What difference does it make? Okay. I think we need to be serious and listen to the problems with the bill. If we want to ban it on Amendment 17, I think we can do that. But I think, barring that, I think we need to get these amendments in there before it goes to the conference committee, so we're bargaining from a place of strength and a place of common sense.
Yeah. Well, my thing is, I don't know why we have to listen to the Senate on everything they send over here. That's one of my points, is that, why do we have to bend down and bow when the Senate send anything over here? Why we should be able to make some decision on this side of the House.
I agree with that 100%, and that's why these amendments are very important for us to consider, and that's why we should consider them legitimately and not just not vote for them because somebody says we may concur. What difference does that make? We're going to end up in a conference committee anyway.
Well, I'm of the mindset that we not occur with the Senate, non-concur with the Senate amendments, put the age back up to 21 like it was in the original, and move on with it. Do you think that would hurt us?
I think it would. I think we need a tighter bill when we go to a conference committee. I think it needs to be tighter, and I think we need to consider these things that we didn't consider last year. We were just willy-nilly passing a bill quick to try to stop people from under 21 from getting this. It didn't work, and it had all kind of holes in it, and it still got all kind of holes in it. We're not going to end up with that bill. No matter what happens, we're not going to end up with that bill at all, in my opinion.
Well, another concern I have, you got those many amendments on the desk there, but you failed to listen to your number one amendment. I'm as curious as everybody else are in terms of you took amendment number one down, but you got all these other amendments on the desk.
I think it's important to make an informed vote. These amendments are very important. To me, they should be debated, they should be talked about, and everybody has their own right to want to talk about certain things in here. I've seen other representatives get up and say, this is important to me, and I think we need to talk about
Mr. McCravey, your first 10 minutes has expired. Do you wish to have your second 10 minutes?
I will.
All right, Mr. McCravey is recognized for a second 10 minutes.
And everybody has a right to be heard in here, and that's all I'm saying. You know, just because I took down Amendment 1 doesn't mean that we can't get to 17, which does the same thing 1 does in a different way. So it wasn't nefarious. It wasn't anything like that. The only reason I took that amendment down was because I believe we need to debate some of these amendments that I've got. And they're not just me. I mean, this is people all over the state that have sent me ideas, that have talked to me. I mean, it's just, and people in here. People in here have talked about it.
Well, it just didn't smell right when you took that amendment down. That's all I'm saying. You know, because for the simple fact, you got all these amendments, and the first one that you put on the desk, you just withdrawn.
I put that one on a long, long time ago on the other bill that we had in the House, just to explain to you why it was first. The only reason it was first is because a long time ago, we were going to have a debate on the other bill that's on the calendar, and that was one of my amendments on there, and I was just saying, well, if we got it on that one, I need to put it on this one. I had not thought about all the different things that need to be talked about before we got to that. So that's honest. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, in closing, all I got to say is that, you know, I just don't agree with everything the Senate sent over here.
I don't either.
And certainly on this particular one, I just feel that we should non-concur and put the age back to 21 and let it move on. Thank you.
All right, sir.
All right, Mr. Wooten has a question. Mr. Wooten is recognized.
Mr. Cravey, thanks for taking my question. Just on the conference, I've heard it a couple times said that no matter what happens here, it's going to go to conference. If we do concur, or excuse me, if we change anything in this, it goes to conference. In your mind, either way, we're going to conference, right? Does the Senate have to appoint a conference committee?
No, either way, they don't have to appoint one.
Right. So if we do this and we send it over to the Senate, they can just say, we're not going to do a conference committee, and then everything fails. Is that correct?
I can't imagine, though.
Well, no, I'm asking, I'm not in the hypothetical world. Yes or no, is that could happen, right?
Well, I've already answered that question, yes, but my point is that the Senate debated this for 2 solid weeks. I think to them, they're going to pass something. They want to pass something. I can't imagine them not wanting to pass something and just not having a conference committee.
Are you aware that the conversations that most of us had with the folks in the Senate, that they did spend a couple of weeks on this, and they said, this is the best you're going to get from us. We don't want to hear anything else about it. Have you heard those conversations?
Maybe not specifically, no, I haven't. But, I mean, you know, there are all kind of conversations that come over from the Senate.
I get it. But so in your theory of whether or not we concur or not concur, whatever we do, if we change it, what a little bit we do, if it goes to the Senate, there's no guarantee that we're going to get a conference committee, right?
Well, either way, so it doesn't matter either way, whether we put these amendments on it.
If we concur with the Senate amendments, that would give it regulatory power. That both these letters that I have one from SLED and one from the Sheriff's Association saying that they're in favor of regulatory power. This would give them more enforcement power if we concur with this. So if we concur with it, then we don't have to send it back to the Senate. It goes and we can start enforcing what's in this bill.
If we want to concur with the Senate bill, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the letters I have, right, and you have on your desk, from
I do, and I read them in the third sentence.
I'll let you talk. Hang on, Mr. Gravy.
Hold on, gentlemen, ones at a time. There's a question and there's an answer, and I'm going to recognize, have you finished your question?
I'll let you go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gravy. But you asked me a question, so I'm telling you, the letter I have from Cyclone Law Enforcement Division and from Sally Foster with the Sheriff's Association, and actually in conversations with the Police Chiefs Association, they are in fact, they don't want this either. Nobody wants this wild, wild west approach thing going on. But they have said if this is the best we can get, we would like for you to concur so we would have enforcement power. Right now we are powerless to enforce any of these things. So that's where I'm landing is I just don't want to leave it out there with the hopes of what if we do something and send it to the Senate, they got to give us a conference committee because they don't. And even if they do, you know, the senior, you know who resides over there, it's the senior senator. If he just doesn't show up, then it all dies. So we're in no guarantee for that conference power scenario.
So that's all the more reason to go through these amendments, because people don't know what's in that Senate bill. It's 20-something pages long, and I think we need to be educated about it as we look at these amendments. So, and the third sentence in that one letter you were talking about says, we unequivocally want a ban. It says if we don't get one.
As do a lot of us.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
We know we're not going to get that.
And I sent you, I've handed out a lot of other letters that don't even want to consider a bill like this. They want a ban. And so, you know,
in all due respect, Mr. McCravy, one of your letters that you sent out was from February 12th that talked about law enforcement not wanting it. Well, we've had to go through some talks that have had to change some perspective because we know where we are. So this is a whole different ballgame. So
you know, I don't want to talk about my private conversations with people in law enforcement. I have a good relationship with them, but I'll tell you this, all of them are for a ban.
I don't disagree with you. And when this ban vote comes up, I will be voting for a ban as well. But I, as well as most other people in here, know we do not have the votes in this body for a ban. If we're going to be real about it and talk about it, we're split in three fractions, did you know? We're split in a fraction of people that want to ban everything. We're split in a fraction of people that want to give everything. And we're split in a fraction of people that want to regulate it because they know that we will take some of the crap, goof, whatever it is off the road, off the streets, out of the hands of our people. And that's where we are. So we are so fractured in this body. I hope that the tensions don't flare up as like they normally do, but there probably are because we're passionate about this. And so my question is, through all this, is there any guarantee that we would get a conference committee if we sent it back to the Senate and did not concur?
Well, look, you know,
just yes or no, please.
What is possible? Anything's possible. I mean, we could.
Is there any guarantee that we're going to get a conference committee?
We could not even be here tomorrow. That's possible. I mean, you know, so I just don't think it's realistic to say that.
I just don't think you're answering the question, Mr. McCravy.
I just don't think it's realistic. That's all.
All right, Mr. Gibson, you have a question? Mr. Gibson is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative McCravy. My question really is, and the gentleman's absolutely correct. Either we concur, everything else is going to send it back over. But my question is not about us, it's not about Mr. McCravy, it's about the people of South Carolina. Mr. McCravy, is it more important that we pass a bill just to pass a bill, and I'm asking the House as well, or is it more important to make good law for the people of South Carolina?
Well, I agree with that. I mean, I think the answer is it's more important to make good law, and that's the only reason I'm up here. I'm not up here for any other reason.
Thank you, Mr. McCravy.
All right, Mr. Bamberg is recognized for a question.
There we go. No, I'm not. Representative McCravy, I said, man, he sounds like me. I think I said that a couple times in here on behalf of the Democratic caucus. But Representative McCravy, let me ask you this. I understand you have a number of amendments on the bill, right? And did you know that I disagree with your position on this issue in THC? Did you know that?
And that's your right, and I respect that.
And Representative McCravy, did you know that I just wanted to tell you that I've tried to be a man of principle in this body, and I always maintain the position that this is the people's house, and although I disagree with your position, I respect your right to represent your people as you see fit for them, and if that means you have amendments and you get time to talk on them, did you know I'll support your right to do that, even though I'm on not just the other side of the aisle, but on the other side of the issue. And I would just remind the members of the body, did you know that this is how the process works? And I think you're gonna lose, did you know? But good luck in your endeavors. And in all sincerity, I do support your right as a member of this House to be heard in the fashion you best see fit.
Right, and you know, when
Bamberg, was there a question in that?
Did you know?
I do know that, yes, sir.
All right. Seeing no further questions, Pending question is adoption of amendment number 3. Mr. You want to be heard? All right, Mr. Jordan wishes to be heard on the amendment. Mr. Jordan.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to briefly bring us back to what the amendment does and why I'm asking you to table it. Number one, reminder, it grants emergency powers to SLED and AG. If any of you have talked to SLED during the course of this debate, I don't think they're going to need any push to get out there and deal with this subject matter if the federal ban kicks in, like this amendment says, and the trigger is already in there. I'm hesitant to grant emergency powers to SLED or any other state organization without a legit emergency, active emergency, and this would, I think, set a dangerous precedent, so I'd move to table.
All right, pending question. Let's table amendment number 3. Mr. McCravy requests a roll call. Do 9 members second that request? 9 members do not. Pending question is tabling amendment number 3. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Amendment number 3 is adopted. Mr. McCravy, if you tabled, I'm sorry. I'm talking, I was getting ready to, Mr. McCravy, if you'll step back, please, and let Mr. Hayes, Coach Hayes, has a special introduction. He's been waiting patiently, and Coach Hayes, you're recognized for your introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the balcony today, we have with us Dillon County's Palmetto leadership. They've been here. I've been here 28 years. Believe they've been coming the whole time, and led by Ms. Johnny Lors, our head of our Chamber of Commerce, and we just want to welcome them here today and thank you for your patience, and go outside and enjoy that nice lunch. And as you can see during this hemp debate, you know, in our district we have a lot of stores that sell this type of stuff, so it's a very interesting conversation. But thank you for being here today.
Welcome to the State House. Hope you enjoy your visit. Thank you for being here today. All right, Mr. Bradley, would you like to make a quick announcement? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will make it very brief. I have my wife here with me. This is also my best friend and my greatest confidant. Today is our 46th wedding anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
My absolute best friend in the world.
All right, on that note, amendment number 4, Clerk will read.
Number 4A substitute, McCravy.
Mr. McCravy is recognized to explain amendment 4. Mr. McCravy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Laura Hudson and her group of people who protect victims in South Carolina pointed out, we're going to be selling THC drinks and gummies in this bill without any insurance coverage. So if you've got Mr. John Doe who's driving to work at 6 o'clock in the morning and he gets hit head on by an intoxicated driver, and in the toxicology report it shows that he had THC in his system. Well, guess what? There's no liability for the person that gave him that THC, even if he was intoxicated at the time. So our insurance, your insurance policies, your retail insurance, when you sell these drinks, it does not cover any negligence for the sale of these drinks. So the guy behind the counter that gives the intoxicated driver 6 or 8 of these things and sells them to him, knowing good and well he's already intoxicated, there may be liability there. Well, actually, there's not even liability there for that. We're going to have to get to that because this bill doesn't even
even have any liability for over serving on these type of drinks, and that's a very important thing we need to talk about. But nevertheless, your general liability coverage is not going to cover them for this. And so John Smith or John Doe, who gets killed in this, his widow is going to come to one of your offices and they're going to say, what coverage do we have? And he might have $25,000. Maybe he's driving without insurance, you know, and we're not going to have any liability insurance to cover this. It's being excluded from all the policies all over our state. And you might ask, why is this? Why is it being excluded? Well, I don't think they want to insure it. I don't think they want to. And so I know that we do have one representative that said they did have insurance for a certain thing or two, but generally we don't. So all this amendment would do would require coverage for serving somebody that's intoxicated like this from a retail establishment.
Mr. Magnuson, did you have a question, sir? All right, Mr. Magnuson.
Thank you, Representative McCravey. All right, so I'm trying to understand the effect of the amendment, but are you familiar with the problems that we're facing with liquor liability? And we're seeing a lot of restaurants having to shut down, event venues having to shut down. Is it your intent to basically make sure that those issues and problems happen for convenience stores and small businesses?
No, all this amendment does is require coverage for this type of dangerous product, just like we have already for liquor. Now, I'm not saying whatever the coverage is, maybe the coverage is too much right now. We've tried to pass bills to lower that coverage. We've tried to pass bills. We've done a good job, I think, in judiciary trying to get those insurance bills down. But should they get completely off scot-free? And what's going to happen when you got THC in the system and alcohol in the system? A good trial lawyer, defense attorney is going to say, hey, you know, and so the insurance is going to do the same thing. They're going to say, oh, it was the THC. It wasn't the alcohol. It was the THC. And we don't cover THC. So we're not going to have any liability. So that's all I'm saying. I just think it ought to mirror whatever we have, and it needs to be reasonable. I'm not saying it doesn't need to be reasonable.
But do you understand that that's what this effect is? If I understand the amendment correctly, that will be the effect of the amendment, is to apply whatever liquor liability issues are happening on this side to stores that sell THC products.
Well, all I'm saying is it should be the same. If it's alcohol is covered, we ought to cover this too. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well,
liability
and what you're saying is the problems then should be applied, and we should be inserting ourselves in both the liquor liability and in THC to cause those same problems that we've caused over here. We should cause those problems over here. That's what I hear from this amendment.
That's not what this does. This just mirrors whatever we have for alcohol. If alcohol is unreasonable, we need to change that, and we're in the process of changing that. And we've passed bills to change that and make it more reasonable for these owners. And I'm all in favor of that. But to just have immunity for THC, why would we do that?
Well, and Representative McCravey, I'm not sure that we have immunity, though. I think that's not a correct assessment here, and maybe you can correct me, but I think you would still have, like you mentioned, general liability. You still have all of the normal tort claims that would apply. There's no law that says that you have immunity for claims involving THC. Isn't that right?
Well, it's effective immunity. When you don't have insurance coverage, it's the same thing. I mean, nobody's going to bring a lawsuit where there's no coverage, you know. So that's all I'm saying. It just ought to be what's fair for alcohol. We've talked about alcohol in here. What's fair for alcohol ought to be fair for THC.
Well, but we shouldn't be expanding the existing problems that we know are problems. So, but thank you, Representative.
All right.
Mr. Govan is recognized for a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. McCravey, did you know that there are some of us who have concerns about this issue on both sides?
I do.
And based on what you shared, did you know that we spent some time in terms of the earlier part of our career working with substance abuse issues? Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware, but I'll take your word for it.
Thank you for that. You mentioned that earlier, you were talking about the fact that the Senate had debated this issue for 2 weeks, and prior to that, this particular session, which is coming to an end, that this body, and I was absent from the body at the time, not here as an elected official, that this has been basically debated for over almost 2 years now. Is that true? Or?
Well, we had a short debate in the House. We were in a hurry to pass something. We did pass it. That didn't last that long. And the Senate's been sitting on it for over a year. So, yeah, I mean, it's been there, but it's something that nobody took up until the Senate took it up a few weeks ago, and then they spent 2 weeks on it.
But
on the floor, on their floor. Not in subcommittee, but on their floor.
Okay. And I'm not trying to get in a back and forth on this. I'm just trying to say that for those of us, but being a member of judiciary like yourself, both of us being on judiciary, this bill came up in 3924. Would you not agree? And we had a very contested debate in judiciary as well on the House version of the bill, H 3924.
Well, if I could go back in time to when this bill was first passed out, at that time, I didn't know that much about hemp drinks. I hadn't even, it was barely even on my radar, and I think most of the people in this body didn't know much about it. We were just in a hurry to try to stop something, and unfortunately, we sent a bill to them that had been drafted in a hurry. They sent back to us a Frankenstein. So that's the two options we got, and that's why I'm trying to put up some amendments to try to make this thing reasonable.
Well, based on your own timeline, and again, this is not to sound contentious, but we have had this body, a lot of people in here have seen this bill or a version of it for going on now into the second year. Would you not concur with that or agree with that statement?
Well, certainly we haven't been concentrating on this every week for 2 years.
Well,
for a year. I think we've been working on a lot of other things that are very important to the state, and including the budget. So, I think a lot of us have been distracted. We haven't been able to concentrate on this, but after the Senate took it up, spent 2 weeks on it on their floor, I thought it was time. I think it's time for us to really take this thing seriously and look at these different provisions that need to be changed in this bill.
But based on what you said, would you not agree, or did you know that we have had time we've spent more time on this bill than several others, that in which to amend the bill, because it went through the committee process, it went through the subcommittee process, this bill has passed out, went over to the Senate, and has now been sent back, amended by the Senate. So would you not agree that, and during this time, both sides of the law enforcement side, as well as the hemp growers and the convenience store owners, have had more than an opportunity in terms of the lobby to weigh in? Would you not agree that
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Govan. I was trying to let you finish that question, but Mr. McCravey, first 10, you want your second? It's granted. Mr. Govan's recognized.
Would you not agree then that we have had a very difficult and challenging time, and now that the two sides, as I understand it, have come to a compromise, we are faced with the question of either we have a bill or do we go with what we have now, which is nothing?
I don't think that two sides have reached a compromise at all. I think that we have not had a chance to debate this after the Senate took these amendments, and that's what we're trying to do here today. The Senate gave us a completely different bill than what was sent over there, and frankly, in retrospect, the bill that was sent over there had a lot of holes in it. It's got a lot of problems. So we have a reputation in the House of doing things too fast, But the Senate also has a reputation of nitpicking things too much. So, you know, I think this is part of the process. We need to look at these amendments in the House and make serious changes and look at the serious issues that are on this bill.
Do you not agree then, Mr. McCravey, that by simply, if we follow the process, if we agree with the changes that the Senate made in terms of this particular bill, that we can either concur or non-concur? We can use and exercise our own judgment in terms of doing that and letting this process move forward.
Yeah, we've already had that discussion, and like I said, I don't think it makes any difference either way as far as how it ends up. It's going to end up in the conference committee either way. I just think we need to have our say on what this bill should say. That's all.
Well, I think that there are some of us who have heard both sides of the argument would like to see us make a decision. And it's either better that we make a decision now and do something about the problem, or if we follow the path that you're saying, and that's not an attack, because I think you're very passionate about what you're talking about, and there are a lot of people that may agree with that, and then there are those on the other side. But the bottom line is, if we do nothing, the question is whether we do something or whether we do nothing. And the option that that's being placed before us is that if we get stuck with something going back and the Senate does not concur, we could walk away at the end of this session with doing nothing, and the problem will still be where it is today.
We're not going to, either way we go, we're not going to walk away doing nothing. So, I mean, there's going to be a conference committee. Now, if the conference committee can't agree, then yeah, that's possible.
I have been on the other side of conference committees in which the conferees could not come
But it doesn't matter
to an
whether
agreement.
it
does matter.
It doesn't matter whether we amend this or not as to whether the conference committee is going to agree with each other or not. That has nothing to do with this.
Well,
I'm just saying we need to have our say in the House on what this bill should say. Why should we bow down and just say we're going to either agree to our old bill that has all kind of holes in it, or we're going to agree to the Senate bill that's terrible?
Well, that's why I'm saying.
I just think we need to talk about these things.
That's why I'm saying we need to be given the opportunity today to concur or non-concur.
Well, okay.
Seeing no further questions, the question is adoption. Ms. Jordan, you want to be heard? Okay. Question is adoption 4A substitute. Mr. Jordan moves to table 4A substitute. Mr. McCravey requests a roll call to 9 members second. 9 members do not. The question is, shall the House table Amendment 4A? All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 4A is tabled. Clerk will read.
Bringing us to 5A, McCravey, 5A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. McCravey is recognized for 5A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I anticipated you would recognize me. The next amendment adds the word psychoactive to hemp. So in this bill, all through the bill, it talks about hemp. And this is the very thing that everybody's getting confused on out there. We're using the word hemp instead of psychoactive hemp products. And people assume that it's harmless like CBD. Everybody believes CBD is good. CBD is harmless. We passed a law many, many years ago in this body allowing CBD products. But we don't want to get confused with that, so I think we need to, everywhere in this bill where it says hemp cannabinoid beverages, that sounds too good. I think we need to say what it is. It's psychoactive hemp cannabinoid drinks. That's all this amendment does. Let me tell you what I'm going to do, because I'm not a dumb person. Well, maybe I am, but I read the room here, okay? So I'm not even getting enough people raising their hands to get a roll call, okay? So as each one of these amendments comes up, I'm going to talk about it because I think it's important, but I'm not going to ask for a vote. I'm going to withdraw it or whatever I need to do or just move to table it myself unless somebody raises their hand out there and says, we want to vote on this, okay? So if you don't want to vote on it, I'm just going to assume you don't want to vote on it, okay? But I'm going to talk about it anyway. And it'll be a lot faster process because I see what we've done. We've got the non-concur people convincing the room that that's what we need to do. So if anybody doesn't want to raise their hand and doesn't think it ought to say psychoactive, if I don't see a hand, I'm going to move on. All right?
Mr. McCravy moves to table 5A. All in favor say aye.
I see a hand back there. Roll call.
Mr. Long requests for roll call to 9-member second. 9 members do not. Question is tabled in 5A. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 5A is tabled. Clerk will read.
6A, McCravy, 6A.
Mr. McCravy is recognized on 6A. Mr. McCravy.
So here's another issue. You know, we've been big on trying to reduce DUI deaths. We've been big on trying to reduce intoxication. And we've passed laws allowing training for people who serve alcohol. Okay, so we have these training. Our servers need to know when you're in a restaurant, when you're in a retail establishment, you need to identify people who are intoxicated before you start selling them stuff. And so all this bill would do would require server training. Wherever there's alcohol, server training. We need server training for THC. That's all this amendment does. So do I see any hands? All right, I'll move the table.
Mr. McCravy moves to table 6A. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 6A is tabled. Clerk will read.
7A is Mr. McCravy as well.
Mr. McCravy is recognized on 7A.
This amendment would do what we started to do in judiciary, and that is make sure that this stuff is only sold by liquor stores. And you know, this debate went around and around and around, but this is where the bill started. And this would put the drinks, the THC drinks, in liquor stores where people are more, where we heard testimony about this. People who are in liquor stores identify people. They have to come in the store. They have to look at them and determine whether they're intoxicated or not before they sell them that liquor. Well, this stuff is so dangerous that one drink can make you unfit to drive. So that's what this amendment does. This amendment would put it in a safe place, not selling it in every store in South Carolina that has a license to sell beer. Another big issue, and I'm sorry that we're not going to talk about these things, but I'll move to table that.
Mr. McCravy moves to table 7A. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 7A is tabled. Clerk will read.
8A, Mr. McCravy, 8A.
8A would require a single serving, not concentrated amounts being put in one bottle. So, you know, one of these drinks, like we've said, is enough to incapacitate you and make you unfit to drive. Why would we have bottles that have multiple servings in them and be that dangerous for our people? So, and if this was liquor, I would say, you know, we probably don't need to have dangerous liquor either. I'm just being honest. But we all understand what a bottle of liquor can do to you. We don't understand what a bottle of this stuff does to you. People may think it's just like wine or something. We can drink a whole bottle of wine. Well, yeah, that's bad, but it's not going to kill you. You drink a whole bottle of this stuff, whew, I mean, it's like drinking a quart of liquor. So I just, you know, you can die from this. So all I'm asking is let's change the standard, make it single servings, make it no more than 10 milligrams in a 12-ounce drink in a liquor store. That would be double a serving, but at least it wouldn't be killing people.
Seeing no questions, Mr. McCravy moves to table 8A.
I like the way you're helping me with this.
Well, you didn't let me recognize you either, so we're working this one together. So Mr. McCravy moves to table 8A. All in favor say aye. All opposed? 8A is tabled. Clerk will read.
9A is Mr. McCravy as well.
Mr. McCravy is recognized on 9A. Mr. McCravy.
Well, you know, in essence, we've already talked about this in a way. This would limit it to 5 milligrams per dose per container. And once again, that's too much. It's too much. It's too much for people to be out here taking and trying to drive. But we'll move on from that, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. McCravy moves to table 9A. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 9A is tabled. Clerk will read.
10A, McCravy.
Mr. McCravy is recognized on 10A.
I'm not going to table this one, Mr. Speaker, and members. This is very important. This amendment would stop the gummies, okay? So we've already had teachers in our state making a mistake and bringing a gummy to class where a child could get a hold of that gummy, and they're very attractive. Children like gummies. You know, we all like gummies. But this particular bill, as it's come over from the Senate, allows gummies, and it allows 4 of them in a pack. And we've had children at home getting in trouble with this. It's been all over the nation. I think there was a recent case in South Carolina where a child was taken from the home by DSS after they ate a bunch of THC gummies. So we don't need this. Why do we need this? You know, and so this is recreational THC that we're legalizing in the form of gummies, which is it's been banned in marijuana states. States that have had marijuana around for a long time have banned this stuff because it's dangerous to our kids. Why do we need this? So that's what this amendment will do. I'm not going to belabor it. If anybody has a question, I'll do it. But I think we need to go forward and vote on this gummies.
Mr. Magnuson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative McCravy. And I'll be very brief, but did you know that I have had constituents reach out to me, and I've had others talk about the issue to me, that they themselves or others that they know use those gummies for the therapeutic purposes?
No, I haven't had anybody tell me that, but that's fine.
Did you know that the people I'm
gummies?
talking about, yes, sir, these are good
gummies.
Christian conservative people that, not the beverages. Did you know I've really not heard anything about the beverages. What I have heard is actually about the gummies being used for medicinal use. So if we're going to ban one or the other, wouldn't it make more sense for your amendment actually to strike the beverages rather than the chewables that are actually benefiting our citizens?
My answer would be no.
Thank you, sir. Well, we definitely disagree. I'm sorry.
No further questions. Question is adoption 10A. Mr. Jordan moves to table 10A. Mr. McCravy requests a roll call to 9 people second it. 9 members do not. Question is adoption 10. I'm sorry, 2 questions. Tabling 10A. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 10A is tabled. The clerk will read. Mr. McCravy is recognized 11A.
In light of the previous vote, I'll withdraw 11.
Mr. McCravy withdraws 11A.
12A, Mr. McCravy.
Mr. McCravy recognized on 12A.
All right, so this bill has a strange clause in it that allows people in South Carolina to manufacture THC above the limits, above the legal limits that even the Senate has passed, above the legal limits that even we have passed, as long as they send it to another state. So here we are saying, well, this is way too outrageous for us to have in South Carolina. But guess what? We're going to allow people in South Carolina to manufacture it and send it to other states. I mean, this is no different to me than Mexico manufacturing meth and sending it to America, but they're not going to sell it on their own streets. I just can't understand this. So this should not be allowed. I mean, if we're not willing to impose these limits on ourselves, why should we send it to other states? It's another problem with this bill. And I know y'all going to non-concur and you're not going to vote on this one too. But man, it's a shame that we can't fix this bill that we've got from the Senate here. And this is a precedent. But, you know, I'm just amazed that we have been talked into not trying to amend a bill that comes back from the Senate with all these problems in it. We're not going to amend it. We're just going to let it go, and we're going to let it go and just say we don't agree, and that's it. I just don't understand that. You know, to me, part of the process is amending something if it's not right. So this amendment would ban the export loophole and impose clear limits and safeguards to stop this from coming out of our state, coming out of South Carolina. Illegal products coming out of South Carolina, but that's okay. That's okay. All right, well, that's another problem with the bill. And if I don't see a hand, I'm going to move to table it.
Question is adoption 12A. Mr. McCravy moves to table 12A. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 12A is tabled. Clerk will read.
13A is Mr. McCravy.
Mr. McCravy is recognized. 13A.
I'm going to withdraw.
Withdrawn.
13. Mr. McCravy withdraws 13A. Clerk will read.
14 substitute. 14 substitute McCravy.
Mr. McCravy is recognized on 14 substitute. Mr. McCravy.
The Senate bill imposes some restrictions, just like we've seen some of these labeling requirements. They're not sufficient, in my opinion, to warn somebody. But the Senate bill has a lot of safeguards in it that do have some. And but what they did in the Senate was they said, hey, even if you don't have a warning label on your drink, we're going to allow it to be sold in South Carolina if you already made it. Now, let me tell you what's been going on in our nation. These people are looking for places, and I know they got a big lobby out there, and I'm happy that they do. A lot of the hemp drinks, they're probably up in the balcony, I don't know. But these companies that manufacture this stuff are looking for places. You can look up these articles. You can look them up. All over the nation, they're trying to dump these products that they've made because states are catching on. Marijuana states are catching on and banning these products. But we're going to let them come into South Carolina, and now under this bill, they've got a certain amount of time to dump these products in our state without any warning labels on them or anything. They don't have to comply with the Senate laws even. So they can come in here and dump this stuff in South Carolina, and they're looking forward to it. I'm sure they are, because they've been wondering where their inventory is going that doesn't comply with state law. So all this bill would do was make them comply now, not make them go a year or however long it is. Make them comply now for the safety of our children in our state. So I'm sorry if they got to dump some of these non-compliant products. They need to dump them. They need to dump them in the ground, not in South Carolina, not to our citizens and our residents. So that's all this amendment does, is say, hey, you got to comply with the law now. We're not going to allow you to dump on South Carolina residents.
Question is adoption of 14 substitute. Mr. Jordan moves to table 14 substitute. Mr. McCravy requests a roll call to 9 members second. 9 members do not. Question is tabling 14 substitute. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 14 substitutes tabled. Clerk will read.
15A, McCravy.
Mr. McCravey is recognized on 15A.
What this amendment would do, and I'm sure that this is not going to fly, but I want to talk about it just a second. THC is not treated the same as alcohol. It's exempt from many of the alcohol regulations and all that kind of thing because nobody's thought about it. Nobody's thought about what we need to do to protect our citizens and our kids. So a lot of the protections we have with alcohol are exempted in this bill because they're not addressed. So all this amendment would do would be to impose the same restrictions that we have on public safety and that kind of thing for psychoactive hemp cannabinoid products, and they would have to be sold at the same times as alcohol, the same places as alcohol, and with the same protections as alcohol. So that's all that amendment does.
Question is adoption of 15A. Mr. Jordan moves to table 15A. Mr. McCravey requests a roll call to 9 members second. 9 members do not. Question is table 15A. All in favor say aye. All opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. 15A is tabled. Clerk will read.
All right, we got one more amendment before
16A.
16A. Mr. McCravey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've got one more amendment I wanted to talk about before we do get to the effective vote on whether or not we ban this product. So it's very dangerous to commingle THC drinks with alcohol. We know that. All the studies show that. I could give you study after study up here. I've seen them that talk about the dangers, talk about how it multiplies the effect. So, you know, the victims advocate people, and I think they're correct on this, why don't we just ban the co-sale of this with alcohol? So you go into the store, right now they're going to be able to get it from behind the counter. You know, why do we give them a 6-pack of this stuff that can completely wipe them out and then sell them alcohol at the same time? I think it makes sense not to sell the two at the same time and commingle those. So that's all this amendment would do. Mr. Speaker, I would move the table since I don't see anybody raising any hands, and we'll get to the last amendment that would effectively ban THC.
So Mr. McCravey moves to table 16A. All in favor say aye. All opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. 16A is tabled. Mr. McCravey, if you can step back. Ms. Landing has a quick introduction.
Yes, yes.
Ms. Landing's recognized.
Hello, fellow members of the House. I know that we are all anxiously hoping for a break here soon, but I have a really great group that have just joined us in the gallery. If you'll please stand. This is the constitutional law class for homeschool high schoolers. And my friend Bob Menges from the Low Country has this class in 2 semesters each year, and they have been sitting over in the Supreme Court watching cases be deliberated, and they said it was a very, very busy and intriguing morning, so that's how they got here so late. They must be hungry too. Anyway, the students are Sophia, Isaac, Levi, and Joanne. And this is the 26th year that Mr. Menges has been teaching this course, and almost 300 students have gone through to learn a lot more about the Constitution and how it actually applies to our law. So if we can give them a nice round House of Representatives warm welcome. Thank you.
Welcome to State House. We're glad to have you here today. Mr. Clerk will read.
A, McCravy.
All right, this amendment would take us to the federal definition, would effectively ban THC drinks in South Carolina. Before I completely finish talking about this, I did have an amendment to do different things. I think it's important to mention that I had an amendment not to sell these products to intoxicated persons. That's not in the bill. I had an amendment to, instead of agencies that don't understand what contaminants are in things, I had the Department of Public Health in an amendment that would be in charge of setting the limits on what these type of products can have in them that are contaminants. We have contaminants in almost every product. But this amendment, and for the sake of brevity, I'm going to be short. This amendment would adopt the federal THC amendment that's going to go into effect in November, right now, that would effectively define a consumable hemp product as a product that has 0.4% THC per serving. So, excuse me, yeah, 0.4%. So that would effectively limit these drinks. You could still have a hemp drink, but it would not be psychoactive. It would be a real hemp drink that my friends thought that they were buying when they bought a drink and all got high by accident. And so this is what this bill does. I mean, this amendment does, and it would align the THC regulation that we have in South Carolina with the federal definition that's going into effect. It does not ban hemp in any way. All the hemp products that we normally think of will not be banned. They'll be safe because they all contain way less than this. So all this does is effectively stop the psychoactive recreational use of THC in South Carolina.
Question is adoption to 17A. Mr. Jordan requests a roll call for 17A. Do 9 members second? 9 members do. The question is adoption of 17A. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 5636. House adopts Amendment 17.
Gatch.
Mr. Gatch, for what purpose you rise?
Having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider the vote on the last amendment.
Having voted on the prevailing side, Mr. Gatch moves to reconsider the vote on the last amendment. I heard a voice said table, but I do not. Mr. Long says table. Mr. Hyatt requests a roll call.
This is the band.
The 9-member second. Nine members do. Question is tabling the request to reconsider the vote. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. Vote green to table the reconsider. Vote red to reconsider. Time has expired. Clerk, close the polls. Tabulate. 5341. House tables the motion to reconsider the vote. Mr. Frank, what purpose do you rise?
You can't do that? I was just curious.
It was a valiant try, sir, but that's not the way it works. Ms. Cromer, what purpose do you rise? Ms. Cromer moves to recede until it is 1:11 to 2 o'clock. So I know Mr. Hyde wanted 4 o'clock, but that's not happening. So the House is in recess till 2 o'clock.
Sam.
And don't go wait until the morning. You never know when it is over. All that I know is we'll get older. So let us dance this night away. And we'll dance the night away.
Hi, I'm Brittany Brackett, and welcome to Back Road Bites. I'm here with Captain Dave of the Carolina Marine Group. We're about to take a fantastic voyage on the intercoastal waterways here in Charleston, and we're going to check out some of the best kept food secrets and seafood in the state. let's take a drive up Highway 17. After you pass through Mount Pleasant and enter the Francis Marion National Forest, sits a blue building with a bright red roof. That building is a former general store. It's Seawee Restaurant. On this episode of Back Road Bites, we see why when people make the trip out to Seawee, it's like coming home for Sunday dinner.
A lot of people couldn't find it because you always have to go just a little farther than you think it would be. Seawee Restaurant is located on Highway 17 North, heading out of Mount Pleasant. The history of this building is over 100 years old. It was built back in 1920. In 1960, Mary Raincourt, who owns the building now, bought this country store, and they continued to run it as a country store to about 1993, where she took over it and decided that she was going to run it as a restaurant. I started at Seawee Restaurant 21 years ago. I came here part-time, and then Mary sat me down one day and said, I want you to run my restaurant. With Mary's recipes, they're what you expect when you walk into a restaurant like this and you want home cooking, something that your mother made, something that you expect on a Sunday dinner. The community has supported this restaurant for years. They have always, since we were considered so far out in the country, it was the locals. And Mary always took care of the local people. She supported the oysters, the shrimpers, the guy collecting the crabs in the morning. And we have never been in a restaurant that advertised. We were a word of mouth restaurant. And there was many days that, we were wondering if we were gonna make it. But then there were many days we were wondering how the heck we were gonna make it because there were people lined out the door. South Carolina was one dish. It would be our pan-fried grouper with our garlic shrimp. We pan-fry it, lightly bread it, and then we saute the shrimp and the drippings and add a lot of garlic, a lot of lemon, a lot of wine, and we serve it over a fresh bed of spinach. The spinach wilts down into the sauce, and it's just a great combination. I have it on the menu every night. Seawee Restaurant is a family restaurant, and you feel that when you walk in. You feel that you are coming into like your own home because people know that when they walk in the door, that the waitress will know their name, that when I walk out of the kitchen, I'm gonna shake their hand and talk to them. I'm gonna ask them how their dinner was. When you come here, you feel like you're home.
We're here once again with Captain Dave of Carolina Marine Group. Captain Dave, how awesome is your job and where have you brought us to?
It's okay, it's good most of the times, and we have ended up in Shem Creek, which is over in Mount Pleasant. It's a little tiny area of Mount Pleasant. It's this tiny little creek, and we've got restaurants and bars on both sides. We have our shrimp fleet down at the end, right when you come in. We have a town dock that you can walk up and down and do some crabbing off of. There's dolphins down here. A lot of stuff going on down in Shem Creek. It's really one of the jewels of the Charleston area for eating on the water.
Nice. Well, talking about eating on the water, obviously Back Road Bites, that's what we're all about. What else can you do out here on the water? You mentioned dolphins.
We do a lot of tours here in Charleston. So our company does dolphin tours, scenic tours, intercoastal tours. We do a lot of bachelorette parties and a lot of engagements and things like that. So those are fun. We also do bachelor parties. We don't discriminate. So, you know, we do get some of those as well. But we have a lot of fun on the weekends and during the week. We've got 3 different boats that we utilize. The one that we're on now can carry up to 18 people. Hatteras is a little bit more smaller, more intimate groups, and we do a lot of our engagements on those. So if you guys are looking for something neat to do for proposing, we are 100% on the yes category. Now, I don't know what happens after they leave because, you know, they got a boat tour and everything. So they're obligated to say yes, maybe. But we know for a fact that we're 100% on that. So that's a great thing to do. Beautiful sunsets here in Charleston. Some of the best sunsets ever here in Charleston, South Carolina. So.
Amazing. How long have you been working with Carolina Marine Group?
About 10 years.
Nice. How have you seen Charleston evolve in 10 years?
It has grown exponentially. So, you know, all of the smaller areas have grown, downtown's grown. Hundreds and hundreds of people are moving in on a weekly, monthly basis. So it has ballooned. And, you know, this is one of those areas that people come to find that Charleston charm, and that we're trying to still, you know, as with every city that grows, try and balance that out between the growth and why people are coming there in the first place. And so this is one of those areas that allows us to kind of do that. So,
Captain Dave, what is the best part of your job?
This. Taking you people out, showing you guys around, having the experience that, you know, I get every day, and seeing the fun and the excitement on your faces. And, you know, I kind of look at the same thing every day, but it's my clients that come on board that we have a great time with, that we can show them around and give them a great time here in Charleston while they're here.
Well, you're a great host.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to seeing more with you. Thanks for having us.
We love to have you guys down.
Next, we venture inland, down a long country road to the edge of the Santee Cooper. There, you'll find Black's Fish Camp. This off-the-beaten-path eatery is quickly becoming a region favorite to the hungry passerby and anglers alike.
What is a fish camp? A fish camp is somewhere you can go and spend the night, be it in your camper or in a room or a cabin, and just bring your friends, bring your family, wake up each morning, your boat's right there in front of your cabin. Fish camp is just a good place to relax and go fishing and not worry about the cares of everyday life. I'm Kevin Davis, co-owner of Black's Camp in Cross, South Carolina on the Santee Cooper Lakes. Black's Camp has been here since 1951. It was one of the first fish camps to be built on the Santee Cooper Lakes. It was started by the Blackman family. Here at Black's Camp, we have cabins for rent, apartments, hotel rooms, full-service restaurant, live bait, fishing tackle, gasoline, oil, everything you need to go fishing. Here at the restaurant in Black's Camp, you can get a really good home-cooked meal. Nothing's pre-prepared, everything's cooked to order, and really good ground beef for the cheeseburgers, fresh seafood, fresh salads, but everything's cooked to order. If South Carolina were one dish, I know my favorite meal here at Black's Camp, and I've eaten many meals here. My favorite meal is a catfish sandwich with a cup of catfish stew. Catfish stew is like a fish soup with a lot of fat back in it, so the pork is what makes it taste really good. But then we take the belly meat from a catfish, which is not good to fry, but is really good in catfish stew because it breaks down. It just breaks down a whole lot more than the filet would. But catfish stew has got the belly meat from the catfish, potatoes, ketchup, onions. I don't know how to describe it other than to say it's delicious. Here in the restaurant, we have a lot of local people, regulars, that come just about every day to eat, but then the majority of our business is from out of town. These lakes are so famous, we've had people from California to Florida to Maine. We've had some from China, Japan. They're really well-known reservoirs, and people come from all over the place to go fishing here and to eat here. The Santee Cooper Lakes are man-made lakes. They were dammed up and flooded in the early 40s, right after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. They are excellent fisheries, one of the best in the nation, because there's so many different types of fish habitat. You got rocks, stumps, drop-offs, dikes, deep water, shallow water, sharp drop-offs. So really just a fisherman's paradise. Not much development on the Santee Cooper Lakes, and to me that's what makes these lakes so special. Very rural, a lot of, thousands of acres of woods, and the hunting is very good too. But just a real laid-back rural area, and when you come to one of these fish camps, it's almost like you're stepping back into the 50s or 60s because it's just so relaxed, and people aren't in a rush. And that's what I love about this area.
Now, who would have thought you could find authentic Gullah cuisine by way of New York in the small town of Manning, South Carolina? Well, we found just that at Gullah Gullah Fish and Seafood. The dynamic team of a mom and two sons returned south from the bustling city to bring their unique style of cooking to this small town.
A lot of people, when they come in, they feel like it's a wholesome environment. They feel like family when they come in. It's like when they come in, they feel like it's their mother and their aunt also, so just them coming in and seeing them puts a smile on their face and knowing they're getting good food at the same time, that's a big part of it.
Manning, it's beautiful, it's a quiet place, and the people are very friendly. Well, this is originally my home. And I left in 1965. I moved to New York and retired and relocated back home after being in New York for about 40 years.
I was born and raised in New York, but my mother's from here, so I decided to come with my little New York twist with her South Carolina roots and stuff like that. And that's how it came to fruition. Like growing up, we came down every summer as a kid. And I said, they don't really have a good soul food, seafood place. And when I said, we're gonna open one, let's do it with me and my brother. We decided to, travel like the coast, like Beaufort, like she said, and look at some of the places along the Gullah traditional area. And that's when we decided to open one down here. Well, they love our crab legs. We do our crab legs a little different. We do it like the old school steam pot, like my grandmother used to do. And a lot of the restaurants now, they do it like in a bag, steam bag. And it sort of sogs down the crab legs, but we do it where it keeps the meat nice and plump. So it's a difference. When people try it, they always say, there's a difference with your crab legs. And our garlic butter is something me and my brother came up with after making mistakes and going back and forth. And we found like a good consistency on the garlic butter where everybody loves.
My favorite dish, we do the Gullah rice. My Gullah rice really consists of jerk chicken, shrimp, and our special seasoning with the garlic butter. And everyone they love it. Then I do the seafood mac and cheese. And then I do my coleslaw, which is very special. It's just simple recipes, but the coleslaw, it's out of sight.
When we first opened up, a lot of people thought we was fast food. So when they would come in, they would have short patience saying, well, our food is not ready yet, it's not ready yet. But we cook everything from scratch. So it's just, it took us a long time, but now we get into people, let them know everything is freshly cooked. So now they're tasting the food and saying, wow, this food is really good. And the reason why it's good, because we're taking our time, everything's from scratch, original recipes and everything.
It's a big deal for the town because we didn't have many options that were not fast food options. So we know this was a family business, and we know that they did a lot of research of the Gullah community. You get big platters of food. It's not skimpy. It's priced right. It's Gullah Gullah.
When we was trying to make up some of the recipes, she was like, no, it needs a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So working together, we got the consistencies, and we're actually working towards a cookbook. And, it's with her recipes and with me and my brother coming together on it. everything is coming together. You know, like I can't be more happier than what's going on.
Next, we'll roll down the windows to feel the salty air as we drive down the end of the road to Edisto Beach on the eastern edge of South Carolina's coastline. At McConkey's Jungle Shack, we explore running a restaurant on an island and what it takes to keep beachgoers coming back every summer.
I think that the basis of a successful restaurant is the people that work there have to like people, and they have to want to care for people, and they have to be people.
Me and Jenny, we were working at a local restaurant and it closed. We were all kind of scratching our heads. What do we do?
This building had been vacant for 6 months. It had housed a restaurant called the Ruby Seahorse, which was a local favorite, and everybody was missing it. And so we just gravitated as a group of displaced restaurant workers over here. We didn't have a name for this restaurant for a while, and we came across the McConkey name and learned that this was McConkey's Beach, and that was McConkey Boulevard out there.
It's hard to be a restaurant owner on a small island just because you have to have a good product. And if you don't have a good product and you don't have the employees, then you're not going to make it.
We're an hour away from the nearest emergency provisions. If we run out of something, we can't just run out and get it. You know, it's a half-day foray into Charleston to find things. So we have to plan very carefully, order carefully, and we get better at that every single year.
All of our tables are painted by local artists. The table here is actually painted by my daughter. We don't number our tables, we name them, whatever the painting on their table is. This is a compass rose, and so this one is named Compass. Food means family to me. A lot of the recipes that I use here are family recipes. My family, Jenny's family. One thing I see in culinary classes versus or what we're all doing here is you're not really following a recipe. You know what the ingredients you need to put into a dish and you just make it work, or you experiment. And a lot of our dishes that we have come from experimenting. If South Carolina was one dish, it would be McConkey's pimento cheeseburger. First, you would make the pimento cheese, which I'm not going to give you all that recipe. Cook the cheeseburger medium well, put a generous amount of pimento cheese on top and get it all melted. And then we would put it on our potato bun with lettuce, tomato, onion, and pickles.
When we were initially faced with the consequences of the pandemic in the early spring, the community came out in force. They came out often, they ordered big meals, they tipped beautifully, and they supported us until the beach was reopened for tourism, almost becoming two businesses, a takeout operation and a socially distanced dine-in as well. In the summer, we primarily serve the tourists, and the tourists sustain this community. Without the tourists, there would be no town, which is something that we can't lose sight of. But in the off season, we see our locals. They come back, and they come back for our specials, and they come back for their favorites, and they sustain us in the months when the tourism's not here.
Edisto's great. Everyone is very close-knit, and everyone is like your family. Everyone knows everyone else. Edisto is changing, but not a lot.
Southern seafood in a casual camp-like setting with views of the Ellis Marsh and Creek. That's what we found on James Island. One of the few waterfront restaurants in Charleston, Ellis Creek Fish Camp serves up comfort food and soothing atmosphere we all look forward to.
My name is Colleen O'Connor. We are at Ellis Creek Fish Camp, and we are located on James Island, South Carolina. The original restaurant that was here was called the Boathouse. It was located over the marsh. That unfortunately burned, and so we decided that we would utilize the structures that were here, expand the outside dining area, and make it more like a camp-like setting and a little bit more casual. We have a variety of seating at Ellis Creek. You can sit inside or you can sit outside. We've got an area that overlooks the marsh as well, and then we also have covered booths in case of inclement weather. You can sit there if it's raining and still get served. We do offer a variety of food on our menu, from fried seafood to a great burger, chicken sandwich. We have tacos, chicken and waffles, so can really appeal to those that are seafood lovers and non-seafood lovers. We do have some vegetarian offers as well, Beyond Burgers, salads. I would say on the whole, the favorite dish here, myself included, is going to be the grouper sandwich. I like it blackened, however, you can get it grilled, fried, or blackened. I find that Ellis Creek is unique. There's very few restaurants that are on the water in the Charleston area. And as well, we also have a wide variety on our menu for seafood lovers and non-seafood lovers. If South Carolina was a dish at Ellis Creek Fish Camp, it would be whole fried flounder with collard greens and grits. You could find flounder right here in the creek. And there's nothing more South Carolina than local grown collard greens and local milled grits. We just always are conscious about the oak tree and making sure that we are always we built everything around it so that it wouldn't be harmed in any way. In South Carolina, you cannot remove any sort of live oaks. They are protected. It's kind of like the angel oak, the oaks at Middleton, they're all protected. We're dog friendly. Dogs are more than welcome to sit outside anywhere. We also have a dog menu where we make homemade dog food. I have a turkey dinner for them that we sell here. And it's kind of exactly like turkey Thanksgiving dinner for them. It's oats, green beans, sweet potatoes, and ground turkey. I think the community really enjoys this restaurant because of the ambiance and the setting on the marsh, as well as our quick and friendly service. We do utilize the window service, which makes our food preparation time really quick. We have servers here that have been here for a really long time, and people know them and they like them, and we just like everything to feel like you're sitting in your living room or your dining room. So we want everybody to feel as comfortable as they can and bring their dogs with them.
For more tasty tidbits from around the state, please visit our website at scetv.org, and don't forget to follow us on social media, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram. For Back Road Bites, I'm Brittany Brackett. Thanks for watching.
This is literally the most outdoorsy I have ever been in my life.
This is our town.
This is our town.
Salutations and welcome, everyone.
Food is Southern culture.
When I think of Southern cuisine, I think it's just filled with flavor, filled with love.
If South Carolina was a dish, it would be a tomato sandwich. We have really hung our hats on that too.
My grandmother was diabetic, and I had an uncle who had severe diabetes. So I didn't want to be like them.
I'm very active, so I never thought that it would be me. I could remember being pre-diabetic and saying, oh, okay, it'll go away.
Being a compliant patient was not my thing for many, many years.
When you fall and you break your leg and then it causes you to have an amputation, you'll learn very quickly that you should have done something different.
When we were growing up, Grandma had a touch of sugar. They don't tell you that not only will diabetes kill your kidneys, it can take you from the best top health to the worst.
There is a diabetes crisis in South Carolina. Diabetes is the 7th leading cause of death and costs the state $6.4 billion a year. 1 out of 6 adult South Carolinians has the disease. 1 in 3 has prediabetes, which means that nearly half of the state's adult population has a problem with their blood sugar.
As we eat, food breaks down to sugar. The body's pancreas produces insulin, which is a hormone that takes the sugar from the bloodstream and pulls it into the body's cells to give us energy. But when you have diabetes, you have a problem either with type 1 diabetes not making the insulin, or with type 2 diabetes not making enough insulin. You have more sugar floating around in the blood, and that's what causes the problems that we see from diabetes.
Eye disease, kidney disease, damage to the nerves in the legs, damage to the blood vessels throughout the body, causing strokes and heart attacks and amputations. All of those things are to a large extent driven by chronically elevated sugar levels.
In the late 90s, my internist and I were arguing with each other because she was saying, Ms. Brown, you're pre-diabetic. And I'm saying, no, I'm not. This went on for about 1.5 years until finally, early in 2000, she says, Ms. Brown, your numbers are inching up and we're going to have to give you medication. I did not want the medication because I knew the diagnosis of diabetes was a life sentence. But my doctor explained to me some of the things I needed to do, what the medication would do, how I needed to take it, and I tried to cope with it.
I like to have a little mayo on mine. How about you?
You know I love mayonnaise.
Well,
Black people, African Americans, and Native Americans in this country are more susceptible to developing high blood sugar if other circumstances are not favorable.
Attack, that's the word I want, attack. I was at the age of 40, about 10 years ago. I found out I was borderline diabetic. And I ended up getting tested and my sugars were high. I didn't really have insurance, so I didn't go to the doctor as needed. I was very lackadaisical in the beginning. My mother and father were diabetic, and I wasn't really following it or looking into it, but once I found out, it was very disturbing. I then started walking and drinking water, but it didn't help as much as I thought it would because I didn't change my eating habits. Once I did my aunt's eulogy, my uncle's eulogy. I actually spoke over their body, and to see them die with diabetes and COPD, it was scary for me. And I had to make a conscious decision to do better, or I wouldn't be here.
One of the main pieces of diabetes education is to help the patient change their behavior, really to change their lifestyle. These are not changes we want only just a week or two or a few months, even a year. This is a lifestyle change for the rest of their life because they're going to have diabetes for the rest of their life. So even if they get their diabetes controlled, they still need to keep in mind all of the lifestyle changes that we speak about.
I learned that I was diabetic when I was about 35 years old. It's kind of strange how I found out. My mother had been kind of locked in her room for 3 days, so we took her to the doctor to find out what was wrong. You know, of course, he's asking her questions, things like, you know, are you thirsty a lot? And she'd say yes, and I'd think, yeah, me too. He'd say, do you go to the bathroom a lot? And I'd say, yeah, me too. So pretty much everything he was asking her, I realized that I had the same symptoms. He went ahead and checked me for diabetes, checked my blood sugar at that time. My mother's was 200 and mine was 300. So she was nearly passed out at 200 and I was walking around at 300, but yes, we both had diabetes.
Until you're really bad off, you know, your sugar's so high that your vision gets blurred or you have a fruity fragrance in your breath, you may not know you're diabetic. You develop hardening of the arteries. The further you go away from the heart, the smaller the vessels get. And the furthest part from the heart, feet. A lot of things that predispose you to getting an infection, and first thing you know, the only realistic thing to do would be to amputate.
I had been watching my blood sugar and monitoring it. It was always a little high, you know, 170 sometimes, maybe up to 200 every now and again. All right, well, I traveled overseas and put in computer systems, and we were leaving the site and I fell. I thought, wow, I must have sprained my ankle. I went to see the doctor. He said, well, I don't see anything on the x-ray. Let's just have you wear a boot and have you stay off of it for a while. 60 days came and I said, look, doc, it still hurts a lot. He said, okay, let's get an MRI. And he called me back in. He said, we found out it's broken. He says, the bone has died. We can't save it. He said, but we're going to try some new things and we'll see what we can do. I went online and I did my research, and we have all the data that shows that there's only a 25% chance of recovery. I knew what had to be done. I cried for 2 days. To add insult to injury here, my mother was living with me and she was in the hospital and she died 3 days before I had my amputation. I went into severe depression, severe.
Mental health is a real thing. People who have amputations are affected by their mobility, the way that they see themselves, their level of independence, being able to drive, being able to participate in sports activities with their children. It's a really big change. It's like losing, of course, a part of yourself.
Probably 70% of my patients are diabetic. We're finding some younger people are having amputations from diabetic complications in their late 30s, 40s. I've actually seen a rise with the diabetes. I love actually helping my patients get up and gain their independence again, actually being able to help themselves at that stage.
There's gestational diabetes, which is diabetes that develops during a pregnancy, but goes away after the pregnancy. The problem is that often women get pregnant and they don't know that they have diabetes when they get pregnant, so then it becomes hard to distinguish gestational diabetes from diabetes that was present before the pregnancy.
In 1980, I became pregnant. They said I had gestational diabetes, and the doctor said, watch what you eat, you're fine. It's normal sometimes with pregnant women. I lost the baby. I got pregnant again. At that point, I was like told, hey, you know, you're pre-diabetic, watch what you eat. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to. I wouldn't listen to him. And in 2013, I went to work. All of a sudden, I got hit with body aches, fever, chills. I'm sitting up there going, what's going on here? Didn't know I was septic. Went to the doctors and he was like, hey, he said, that foot's got gangrene in it. He says, you got a choice. He says, you either let me have your foot. He says, and I'll have you up and walking in 6 months. Or he says, I can let you go home and you tell all your family goodbye. I looked at him, I said, no, sir. I said, this is just my earthly body. This is not my heavenly body. I said, you can have the foot. I deal with having to do dialysis now, not knowing that the diabetes would impact the kidneys.
Dialysis treatment is a process of cleaning the blood of the toxins because your kidneys aren't working properly, and so there's no way to clear all of that from your system.
If you do have diabetes and you end up on dialysis, then that's a permanent condition. So they have to commit their lives to either coming into the center 3 times a week or doing their treatment at home every night.
There is a place in South Carolina where risk factors have come together to create a perfect storm of diabetes. 29203 is a large zip code in Columbia, South Carolina's capital city. It consists of a myriad of diverse communities, some large, some small. 29203 has a majority African American population. 30% of the residents of the area live in poverty, and it is deemed a food desert for its shortage of grocery stores. Many of the people here have diabetes, leading to a plethora of dialysis centers and one of the highest rates of diabetic amputation in the country.
The fact that 29203 achieved regional, if not national, prominence is that we are, in our state, near the bottom of the nation in the state rankings, and therefore the worst zip codes in South Carolina are likely to be some of the worst in the nation. The social determinants of health are social factors that determine risk for health and health outcomes. So there's racial disparities, there's racial discrimination, there's discrimination according to income, according to where you live.
We, in 29203, we really have a pronounced food desert. You know, it's just not easy sometimes to get to the grocery store. And the vegetables are always more expensive than the processed food. Also, mamas are working and daddies are working longer hours. People aren't having time to cook nutritious meal, so you're picking up food and bringing it home. And all of that's processed. That processed food is killing us.
I've lived in 29203 my whole life. The idea of the mobile food market came up no later than 2017, which allowed us to address food insecurity. But for the federal dollars that we got for COVID, I don't know if we would have been able to implement that program. We've tried different locations. because we want it to be successful and sustainable. In every neighborhood, particularly neighborhoods that haven't had a lot of investment, additional resources is what we need. Typically, a lot of programs, we may give them 2 or 3 years, but they don't have the sustainability because they don't have the funding. If we had more resources, I think we could definitely change the outcomes that we're having in our communities.
Your Dollar Store is a community-based grocery store that's providing a means of fresh produce and grocery items that's in an area considered a food desert, I should say. The neighbors here in this community, they love the store being here. To be able to come to a store that's in walking distance and get some fresh produce was a win-win for them, because now they don't have to catch a bus, which is money spent, or you got to catch a cab or Uber, which is money spent. If they spend at least $5 off their EBT or SNAP card, they'll then get $15 in fresh produce. I want to say thank you to Dr. Humphrey at Prisma, because he said, we got a plan here. We want to use your store as a hub to provide a voucher program to send our diabetics here. So instead of going to a fast food restaurant, instead of going to get a bag of chips per se, they can come get an apple or orange or pineapple, strawberries, squash, cabbage, and so forth on.
In 1980, my goal was to see the black man live to age 65, because they would die before 65.
Here in Colombia, there's a 10 or more year difference in life expectancy according to what zip code you live in.
The healthcare system isn't currently set up for providing care for people without money. It's always good to have insurance and some money, the reality.
It's a big issue for us right now in dialysis is affordability, and it really just is health insurance. So you have your different groups of persons with insurance. You have your people who are working, who are employed. You have your retired population. They generally have their Medicare. They typically will always have a secondary. And then you have your group of persons who come in and they only have Medicaid. Medicaid is limited in what they pay for, and you can't use it outside of South Carolina. But I will say that when people come from other states to South Carolina and they compare the Medicaid in New York or California or even North Carolina, they typically go back.
Accepting Medicaid expansion is, to me, a no-brainer. It would support care for about 350,000 people in South Carolina who have very inadequate care right now.
Because South Carolina did not expand Medicaid, we still have a large portion of individuals in our state who are uninsured. And that is where we as Cooperative Health can help support individuals who don't have insurance.
Cooperative Health, we try and provide compassionate health care, respectable health care in the spirit of the Good Samaritan. And especially with pediatrics, we have our Eau Claire High School, which is essentially across the street from our Eau Claire Neighborhood Health Center. And so being able to provide accessible, excellent health care to the children in the community to try and help them establish themselves for a great future is an important part that we provide. We've been in the 29203 zip code since 1981. There still is a desert in some respect as it relates to healthcare services. And as a community health center, not only can we take the traditional insurance, Medicare and Medicaid, but we also have a sliding fee for our patients that are uninsured. So it has been our hope that we can be able to help our patients wherever they are to maximize their health status. Diabetes is really challenging. We have maybe about 25,000 adult patients that we take care of, and about 5,000 have a diagnosis of diabetes. Starting in January 2023, we onboarded our virtual diabetes program, and it has been a smashing success.
Hello, pharmacy?
Our goal was to be able to bring everything together. that our clinician is in sync with our pharmacy. Our clinicians in sync with our behavioral medicine support, is in sync with our diabetes education, and they're a team that's able to work together as a unit.
Today we're just going to talk a little bit about sugar in our drinks and how much sugar is in some of the drinks that you might be consuming, because I love my job as a diabetes educator. It's very patient-centered and trying to help them figure out how does this apply to their life, and really just seeing the patients do the work.
You might have somebody who's drinking 6 sodas a day and they're not willing to give up that habit.
It's going to be a little adjustment then.
Also helping them to make these changes in small steps so that it's more easily done, and then they can kind of see the impact of it, realize how much better they're going to feel if they start cutting these sodas out. Their blood sugar start to improve, and I think then a lot of times it kind of falls in place from there.
Hey!
Welcome, good to see you.
Miss Knight, she always left me in charge of my body. And so I always felt like we were kind of hooked together in my pursuit of wellness. These people were like, they were like my team. They were like my friends. They really showed that they cared about how I was doing. So I had a kind of support that I had never had before. And that made a big difference in me being able to finally, after 35 years, get my blood sugar under control.
I talk to the youngsters all the time about their lifestyle because they want to eat the Twinkies, they want to drink the sodas, and with playing football, you can't do all of that because you get cramps, you get tired quicker. So I speak about it every day to them. Some of them know I have diabetes and some of them don't, but I do wear my
Please
patch.
record your presence. We're in a quorum call.
So sometimes they ask, and sometimes I'll volunteer and let them know, you don't want to get one of these.
So, as soon as we get quorum, so I guess we don't have speakers in the block building anymore, but as soon as we get a quorum, we are starting. So that's going to be here in about 10 minutes, so we'll start at 2:10.
Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate to record your presence. Sorry about that.
Mr. Adams, present. Mr. Alexander, present. Mr. Allen, absent. Mr. Bennett is present. Mr. Blackman is present. Mr. Bright is present. Mr. Campson, present. Mr. Cash is present. Mr. Chaplin. Mr. Chaplin. Absent. Mr. Clymer. Mr. Clymer is present. Mr. Corbin, present. Mr. Cromer is present. Mr. Davis. Absent. Mrs. Devine is present. Mr. Elliott is present. Mr. Fernandez is present. Mr. Gambrell is present. Mr. Garrett is present. Mr. Goldfinch is present. Mr. Graham is present. Mr. Grooms has leave. Mr. Hembry is present. Mr. Hutto is present. Mr. Jackson. Absent. Mr. Johnson is present. Mr. Kennedy is present. Mr. Kimbrell is present. Mr. Lieber is present. Mr. Martin is present. Mr. Massey, present. Mrs. Matthews is present. Mr. Ott is present. Mr. Peeler is present. Mr. Rankin, absent. Mr. Rickenbaugh is present. Mr. Rice is present. Mr. Sabb is present. Mr. Stubbs, present. Mr. Sutton is present. Mr. Tedder is present. Mr. Turner is present. Mr. Verdon is present. Mr. Walker, absent. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams is present. Mr. Young is present. Mr. Zell is present.
Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson is present. Senator Chaplin is present. Senator Allen is present. Senator Davis is present. You good? Yes, sir. Got you. Further members wishing to record your presence. Have all members recorded your presence? Senator Walker is present. All members recorded your presence. The polls are closed. The clerk will tabulate. Glad you didn't have your finger down there, John. Thank you. 44 members are present, a quorum of the Senate. 45 members of the Senate are present. The reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment's on page 585 of the bill. Amendment number 36 by Senator Zell amends the bill in section 117, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak on the amendment.
You recognize to speak on your amendment. Senator from Sumter.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this amendment to the budget, what it does is it realigns the Third Circuit drug court funding in alignment with all the other drug court funding mechanisms and processes. Right now, the Third Circuit is the only circuit that provides payment in this form. So what it does, this amendment does, is it moves all funding to the solicitor for oversight and reduces the salary of the drug court judge from $110,000 to $30,000. And so just to give you a little context, right now there is the funding mechanism was established in the 2000 drug court pilot program. It has not changed. It is entirely out of alignment with how the other circuits do it. It's a broader. It will be a part of a broader effort to fix the magistrate system. But so here's some context for you. Currently, right now, under the and this comes from a Manning Times article that was posted in March 23 of 2025 on this particular issue. It reports that there's, of the current year of that time, that this particular drug court that covers Clarendon, Lee counties, and Sumter and Williamsburg, that only 36 individuals participated in the drug court. Comparative data says that they have a success rate of 41% in relative to the other drug courts who have success rates ranging from 61% to 88%. So this is another point of concern is that currently, under the current condition, beyond state funding for the drug court, there's $150,000 that are paid to the 3rd, 4th, and 11th circuits only. And according to the executive director of the South Carolina Commission on Prosecution Coordination, that $110,000 goes directly to the drug court judge, with $52,000 in addition to it going to fringe benefits. Most other drug courts they have small stipends or utilize volunteers for it. The range of salary for drug court judges is usually between $7,800 and $12,000, or in stipends or volunteer their time. So there is a extreme mismatch in between how the Third Circuit does it and how the rest of the state does it. And so this just puts that into alignment. And if anybody has any questions, feel free.
Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose you rise?
Still not Senator Sumter, would yield for a question or two?
Senator, yield for question. Senator, yield for question.
Senator, do you know that this is the proviso that came before the Finance Committee?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Were you aware that this is a proviso that came before the Finance Committee? Were you aware of that?
Recently or in 2000?
This year, the House had this particular proviso in the budget.
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
And the budget came before the Finance Committee. You aware of that?
I am now.
Okay. And that the Finance Committee voted unanimously to not adopt the language that has found its way back into another proviso to undo what the Finance Committee has done. Were you aware of that?
I was not, no.
And that, for lack of a better word, there is a spat going on between a House member and County Council. Were you aware of that?
I am aware, yes.
And that the House member wants to essentially take control of the court from County Council and impose the will that we will not allow the normal situation to go. We're going to put a judge underneath a solicitor's office. And that effectively she would control what the salary is of the judge that's over the judge court. I mean, and so, Senator, there's a whole lot more that goes into your efforts. And I've had the good pleasure of sitting beside you. I've got an appreciation for a lot of your thought processes. But Senator, I would just tell you that a lot of what you're being fed in this instance is not what many would classify as being the full truth as it relates to this effort. And in fact, Senator, the court in Clarendon, Williamsburg, and Lee is one of the best run courts in the state of South Carolina. We've got a highly qualified individual that's the judge who was a member of the Third Circuit Solicitor's Office ever since when I was a member of the Third Circuit Solicitor's Office. And we're fortunate to have someone like Amy Land heading up that court.
Sure.
Were you aware of that?
I am now.
Senator, do you mind if we carry this over and then maybe have a sidebar?
I would prefer to just get it done now. And to your point, and I agree. I don't have the benefit of a long history with these folks. What I read, and I certainly am not, not to entirely disagree with you and your opinion on this, but I'll tell you, I'm not looking at the intent of someone's motivations on this. What I see in front of me is highly irregular. Highly irregular comparatively to other circuit
Senator,
courts.
are you sure that
if you don't mind me finishing just real quick, I'd appreciate it. The stat I just told you, you mentioned that it's highly functional, and that may be your opinion. I appreciate that. But what I'm seeing here is that the reported success rates of this particular drug court is 41%, which is 20% lower.
What do you call a success rate, though, Senator? I mean, do you know what the definition of their success rate is?
Sure. People who enter into drug court and leave it successfully under the provisions in which the
Are you absolutely certain about that?
I'm pretty certain, sir.
All right, tell me what the numbers are. Tell me how many people entered, and tell me how many people successfully completed and how many didn't.
Well, again, I'm not going to do any public math right now, but I will tell you when this report was released, 36 individuals successfully made it through. So whatever that math equation is, 36 or 100 maybe, I'm guessing. But I'll tell you, I have some historical figures as well. Since the program since 2005, 1,599 total participants with 600 participated, and then 649 completed the program. So that's pretty damning to me. That is far below half. That seems to me like
Tell me the complaints you got from folks in Sumter about the program.
That it's not working, and that.
So you're telling me as a member of this body that you've gotten complaints from the citizens of Sumter.
Many conversations, absolutely.
That says that this drug court is not working.
Yes, yes.
And that they need to change it.
Correct. So, and I've spoken with judges, I've spoken with citizens, I've spoken with law enforcement, I've spoken with just about everyone I could speak to that would give me a candid answer, to include doing my own research, and found that 41%. If other circuits are enjoying a much higher success rate at a much lower cost, and this one particular district has its funding mechanisms that's irregular in comparison with the other districts, I find that that's something that we should attend to. And so this is just me trying to do that, put it in alignment, make sure that we have public dollars well spent. All right. Mr. President, I move to carry this bill.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator from Marion, what purpose do you rise? You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, we have a very distinguished group visiting with us today from Dillon County. It's Palmetto leadership. Dillon County, would you all please stand? They do outstanding work. They're our leaders and future leaders there in Dillon County. And I would like to call their names and so that we can recognize them. We have Mona Brumbles. Raise your hand so we'll know who you are, Mona. There you are. Thank you. Amanda Faircloth. Amanda Garris. Melissa McCall. Mayor Marcus McGirt of Ladder. Brandon Miles. Aaron Oxendine. Carol Richardson. Lauren Rogers. Francis Rouse. And then we have their advisors. We have our own dear Johnny Lures, who is our Chamber of Commerce Director for Dillon, Pat Laird, and last but definitely not least, David Longacre. So please join me in welcoming them to the South Carolina Senate. Thank you all so much for being here.
Welcome to the Senate. We're honored to have y'all with us today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Senator from Marion. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 585 of the bill, amendment number 47 by Senator Sutton. It's in section 117, general provisions, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment and amendment number 9.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to withdraw this amendment and amendment number 9? Is that correct? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Those two amendments are withdrawn. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 585 of the bill, amendment number 48 by Senator Sutton. Amends the bill, section 117, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Which amendment number was this?
I'm informed that's amendment number 48.
I believe I'm trying to make things simple for everybody, actually working with Senator Blackman maybe to combine, so I move to carry over this time.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment will be carried over. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 585 of the bill, amendment number 50 by Senator Massey. Amends the bill in section 117, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
To be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Edgefield, Senator Massey.
Mr. President, we've heard a couple times, the indications from the House are that they may not take up the homestead exemption legislation that we spent some time on earlier this year and ultimately came to an agreement on and passed. This amendment is a proviso to include our homestead exemption language. It's the exact same thing that we passed here on the floor, except there was a provision in the bill, Mr. President, I know you like this, that would allow the counties to grant an even larger exemption. That, I think, would be a change in permanent law, and I didn't want to get into that scenario. But this does This does provide for the same increase in the homestead exemption as an additional credit, an additional exemption. That's what it is. Yeah.
Senator from Cherokee, what purpose do you rise, sir? State your request, sir.
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Is there objection to the senator from Cherokee, chairman of the committee, being added as a co-sponsor? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The question is adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 585 of the bill, amendment number 51 by Senator Corbin. Amends the bill in section 117, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
I speak on the proviso.
You're recognized on your amendment proviso. Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, what this proviso does, it's really very simple. I wanted to ask you all a question. What would you do if you needed a huge amount of money to complete a project, but you were limited by our state constitution in getting that money? Well, the clever thing to do would be to circumvent the state constitution and go get that money anyway, which is what a lot of our cities and municipalities are currently doing. So I put in a bill that would stop that because I didn't think that was exactly the correct thing to do. We have an 8% debt limit in our Constitution that they cannot go over without a referendum, without giving the voters the opportunity to approve the borrowing of the money. So in a committee hearing that we had on the bill I proposed, we had a lot of counties and municipalities and cities come and testify as to how wonderful a program this was and how wonderful it was working, and that they didn't want to stop it. So I think the bill kind of came to a dead in its tracks, although I believed in it. Long story short, during that process, I found out that there is no reporting of this amount of money. That counties, cities, large and small, all over the state can be, the way they do it is they'll set up a 501c3 nonprofit, and they'll let that entity borrow, say, $100 million, and then the county will lease it back from them on a lease purchase agreement. And what it's actually called is a installment purchase revenue bond, which is used by these local governments to finance a lot of capital projects. These instruments, however, still represent a debt obligation to our local government, and by extension, our citizens and taxpayers, such as the public, have the right, in my opinion, for full transparency. So all this proviso does says that if you're going to circumvent our Constitution and you're going to create a 501c3 nonprofit and you're going to put your citizenry tax dollars on the line without a referendum, the least that you can do is report to the government, but report to the state how much money you borrowed. And that's all that this proviso does. It says that from the funds provided and the amounts passed through to local governments, each political subdivision of the state that is required to file a report with the Treasurer's Office detailing its debt status must also include this type debt. So we may not like it. They may be circumventing the Constitution. We can't do anything about that now, but at least tell us how much money you're borrowing so that we'll have some idea. If I wanted to go to the Treasurer's Office and say, what's the total indebtedness of this state? You know, if you add up Clemson, USC, state bonds, everything, what's our total debt? I think we need to know that. So this proviso says that if you're going to do this type of activity, just report to us and tell us that you did it and how much money you borrowed.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
See if the Senator from Greenville would yield for a couple of questions.
Senator yield for questions.
Yes.
Senator yields for
Senator, it's my understanding in reading your proviso that you're not trying to stop anybody from doing anything, but are you only trying to make sure that our constituents and taxpayers know the full picture?
Yes, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Our nation is in tremendous amount of debt, actually in an alarming amount of debt. And I just want to make sure that South Carolina doesn't get in that situation unbeknownst to us. If municipalities, counties, if they're out there borrowing money, I think they should report it so that somebody can have a clearer picture of what the total state debt may be for all of our citizens.
Senator from Greenwood, what purpose do you rise?
Senator Yield.
Senator Yield for questions. Senator Yields for questions.
So again, all you're trying to do is make sure that we account and we stay within our Constitution. Is that correct?
Well, unfortunately, Senator, this does not stop them from circumventing the Constitution. My bill would have stopped that. All this says is that if you're going to do that, tell us how much money you borrowed so that at least we'll know that.
But if you do that, then you will be able to accurately see whether or not they've gone over their 8%. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We'll be able to see how much they've gone over.
Unanimous consent, Mr. President.
State your unanimous consent, Senator.
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to his amendment.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request that the senator from Greenwood, Senator Garrett, be allowed to be as co-sponsor? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Calhoun, what purpose do you rise?
See if my friend from Greenwood would answer a couple of questions.
Senator, yield for questions.
Absolutely. Let's take a ride on a side-by-side and talk.
There you go. There you go. I'll take you up on that. I guess my question, Senator, is I didn't know that the Constitution could be circumvented. So I'm just trying to understand exactly what the insinuation or accusation is. I mean, because I guess that's what I don't think that they are circumventing. I think it's clearly two different lines of, and again, I support what you're doing as well. In fact, I'll ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor. But I just think it's very important. You know, we're sending messages by everything ultimately that is said, and I just don't think necessarily it might be fair for us.
I was accusatory, and you want some examples.
There you go.
Let me give them to you. About 30 years ago, Greenville County School District decided it would be a brilliant idea if they built all new schools all over the county. And obviously, it was going to cost a lot of money. The total ended up being about $1 billion. And this was over about 30 years ago, $1 billion for Greenville County. Well, obviously, they couldn't legally borrow or bond that much money without going to the people, letting us have a say. So what they did was they went out and they set up a 501c3 nonprofit. They let that entity borrow the money, and then they lease the schools back. They're circumventing.
Okay,
again, that's how they get around it.
Right. And it's not, again, I don't know that I would necessarily say it's getting around. And look, we could talk all day about the arguments of capping debt or capping millage and all of those types of things that we ultimately make the decisions for local government on their behalf. But I do think, though, that a lot of times when we start making those accusations, then obviously it gets picked up. It puts people in difficult positions. Maybe it's more that they found the ability, created a way creative to try to be able to do ultimately what they felt like they needed to do because of the fact that they weren't going to be able to do it through the bonding system.
Right. They're like a bunch of kids. I want my bag of candy, and I want it all right now.
Well, that's certainly
right now. I don't want to wait. I don't want to go to the taxpayers. I don't want to have a referendum.
Sure. Well,
you know,
they could probably say the same
they
about
know
us.
better than us.
But you would agree they could probably say the same about us and some of the things that we decided to get wrapped
and
around the
I think,
axle
Senator, early on I said that was my opinion.
Sure, and I'm with you on that. But it's not opinion that they are elected by the voters that we're elected from as well. They are elected to do a job. They can be elected out just as we can. That is not up for opinion. That is fact.
But every voter that I've spoken to, Senator, that where a entity has done this, and there's been some done recently, the voters have contacted me, like within my district, and they were outraged about it. They said, y'all need to stop this. But
did you tell them that if they felt like it was unconstitutional, that they could take it to court and sue?
Well, I mean, they were, It's my understanding that I believe this did go to the Supreme Court about 30 years ago. And in my research for my bill, I read through that, and I tried to write the bill sort of according to the opinion so that the bill would be a good and proper bill. But what happened was, in the committee, we found out there's a ton of this stuff going on. There's a lot of people doing this, and they all like it because they can go borrow more money without asking the taxpayer and borrowing more money than the Constitution allows. And so there's a lot of people doing it. And I also, and this was the clincher, like I said, this just says tell us how much. That's all this does.
And I support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But that was...
Unanimous consent, Mr. President.
State your unanimous consent.
Be added as a co-sponsor.
Is there objection to the senator from Calhoun, Senator Ott, being added as a co-sponsor? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Let me come to the two, and then I'll come to you, Senator. Senator from Charleston, Senator Lieber.
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Yeah, as co-sponsor.
Is there objection to Senator Lieber, Senator from Charleston, being added as a co-sponsor? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Lancaster. Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson.
I don't know if I want to take that compliment or lack of a compliment.
Thank you for that courtesy. What
Mr.
purpose do you
President,
rise, sir?
will the senator from Greenville, my good friend from Campobello, yield for a question?
Absolutely,
Yield
Pastor.
for questions.
Senator, on the example you gave in Greenville, are those school board members publicly elected by the public?
They are. It changed hands a lot after that incident.
So the public does have a way to express their dissatisfaction with him.
They can and did replace a lot of them, but once the ink's dried on the paper and the deal's done, it's not easily undone.
Senator from Lancaster, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator will yield to questions.
Senator, yield for questions.
Yes.
Senator yields.
Senator, I wish I'd have known about this a little bit earlier. So just a question. Are these transactions reported on the ACFR of the counties and or municipalities?
It's my understanding that obviously the county knows what they're doing, but I learned that through the subcommittee hearing that it's not passed on. And that's the whole reason for this. I just think that when they do this, they should report it, to the treasurer's office so that if you had an interest in our state's debt, you would have a source to go to find out where all the state's debt is, that centralized location. Because without this proviso, I mean, you'd have to go city by city, county by county, and say, have y'all borrowed any money that you didn't report? And, have you done this type of lease-back purchase program? So all this does, it says, if you're going to do it, tell us how much you borrowed.
Well, going forward, maybe we need to explore to make sure this isn't some sort of off-book accounting going on too, so the citizens, if they looked at the ACFR, would even know that it existed other than the local newspapers telling us. The only other point I would like to make is, do you think that it's time to maybe change the debt limit upwards a little bit for the counties? If we get of course, have to go through constitutional process to have a change.
Well, you're asking my opinion about debt. My father raised me to stay out of debt, sir. I understand, and I think biblical principles teach you to stay out of debt. I understand that sometimes that may not always be what you can do. But I think the least amount of debt people have, the better off they are. The least amount of debt cities, municipalities, and nations have, the better off they are.
And I agree with that. I don't carry any debt anymore. I'm toward the end of life here, but it's real. I mean, people, again, if I offered you $1 today, and would you take it? Well, but why don't I give you $1.12 to a year from now? Which one would you take?
Senator, I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm so sorry.
Would you, if I offered you $100 today, would you take it as opposed to if I offered you $112 a year from now? Which one would you take?
$100 today or $112
a year?
$112 next year?
Next year.
Well, not knowing what the inflation rate would be and how my dollar might be devalued, that would be hard to answer that question.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. But again, I think we have some of these municipalities, counties have debt. Debt is sometimes necessary. I'm like you. I like to pay as I go now. But the reality is here. And I do know that as far as in the lending world,
there are ratios that the lenders use, such as your debt to income ratio and things like that, that maybe it's time for us to review that limit that the Constitution puts on our counties. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. And if you don't agree, that's fine. But if you think it might be something we need to look at to make sure it doesn't get out of hand, we could do that in off-season.
Right. Yeah, I don't disagree with y'all, Senator. Like I said, this proviso, I just want a compilation. If evidently a lot of people are doing it, and we don't really know how much debt's out there. So if you're going to do it, just tell us how much.
And Senator, I'm going to reluctantly vote with you on this. But again, I just see a couple other things that we need to work on and think about with our municipalities. That's all.
I wouldn't disagree, my friend.
Thank you for your thoughts on this and your creative idea. Appreciate it.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I'll move for passage.
The pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 585 of the bill, amendment number 57 by Senator Kennedy. Amends the bill. General Provisions, Section 117 adds a new proviso. Kennedy.
Stand at ease momentarily. Senator from Lexington, Senator Kennedy, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. To explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Lexington, Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a pretty simple amendment, straightforward. It says that no tax dollars shall be spent to provide drag shows for minors. It doesn't say anything about 18 or older. It strictly just says that if we are giving tax dollars to any of these agencies that receive funding from the government, it will not be spent on drag shows for children under the age of 18.
Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise?
I guess just to ask a question.
Senator, yield for question. Senator yields.
So, Senator, I can think of scenarios in Shakespeare and other times when there are men dressed as women, women dressed as men. I wouldn't consider that a drag show, but your definition sort of encompasses any time that somebody dresses up, so you couldn't be an imposter, there's some plays in which that's sort of the theme of the whole thing is that Mrs. Doubtfire or whatever. Are you trying to get it at those? I know you're not. I don't think you're trying to get at those things, but or are you?
Senator, I was in drama in high school. I did a lot of singing and all that stuff, and I really enjoyed it. It was fantastic. I was fortunate that I went to a school where we had a fine arts program that was really good. We had a big auditorium, and the town would show up for us and was very supportive. I'm not trying to get at performing arts. Students that are doing drama, that kind of stuff. The stuff I'm getting at is the drag shows that we're seeing where children are being brought in to people that are dressed up in excess dresses and makeup in a sexualized nature that is being pushed on children. If adults want to engage in that, that's not my place to be involved in that. But if tax dollars from our citizens are being spent on putting that in front of children, I don't think that's appropriate.
So I hear what you're saying, and then I also, there's shows that come, for instance, to the Koger Center or to one of the facilities at Clemson. Are you saying that if anytime those shows are there, we just got to put up a sign that says no kids can go to the show? Is that the gist of it? When you can have the show, you just can't have kids there? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Minors, if it's a drag show type show.
But the way you've got it defined is that's any time that a performer exhibits a gender identity different than the performer's identity. So if there was a rendition of Mrs. Doubtfire on the stage at the Koger Center, I'm not saying there is one or ever has been one, but if there is one, you just can't take kids. You're not saying they can't have one, you're just saying minors can't go. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that what we've seen where these libraries are having people in drag, which is a lot different than a performance.
I understand. You and I are sort of having the same conversation, but you know, because you are putting this up as a proviso, you're having to define it, and you've defined it rather broadly to suggest that even if it's a rendition of Shakespeare, you can't go, kids can't go. I mean, they can still put it on, just kids can't go. Is that right?
I mean, that would be right, but I would be happy to work with you on further defining this language.
Let's try and do that, if you'd move to carry it over.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've got several that had questions, but if he's going to move to carry over. But I'm going to come to the senator first, Senator from Greenwood, Senator Garrett, before he moves to carry over, and then I'll come to the others. What purpose do you ask?
Unanimous consent.
State your request.
Be added as a co-sponsor to the modified amendment.
Is there objection to the senator from Greenwood, Senator Garrett, being added as a co-sponsor to the modified amendment? Here, no objection, so ordered. Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you raise?
The senator yield for a couple questions.
Senator,
Absolutely, for the senator in the Clemson orange jacket.
Thank you. Senator, I just wanted to get clarification, just in case as you're working on it. As I read it, to the senator from Orange's point, you talk about that attended by minors, but you said no state agency, political subdivision, including school districts and libraries, or any entity that receives appropriations or authorizations in this act. So going to the receives appropriations. So is your proviso not that they're using state dollars to put on these performances, but if they receive any state dollars, even if state dollars is not going for the performance, you're saying that they cannot have the performance at all if children are in attendance?
If they receive state funding, those funds will be commingled. So,
not necessarily. Like if you say any political subdivision, so the cities, counties, they have a very intense budget. They have a general fund budget. They have a hospitality budget. They have others. And so it's very clear where state monies might go. But are you saying that none of the political subdivisions, because they get state aid in any way, that they would not be able to receive funds?
well, they would receive them, they would just get docked 10%. So I don't think tax dollars should be spent on drag shows for minors. So yeah, it leaves open people over 18. That's not addressed in this. And it doesn't say anything about drag shows put on by a private entity and parents taking their children to it. But if we are providing an education, we don't need to be spending money where the school is forcing or the library is forcing this on children with tax dollars.
And I don't disagree with some of that. I just want to make sure that the full intent and there are no unintended consequences. So, for instance, in most areas, the counties and the cities have buildings that people rent out. So if I wanted to do an event and I rent out one of the parks in the city of Columbia, I'm paying to rent that park, but it is a city park and it's a private event because I'm renting it out. Is that prohibited because it's a city facility supported by city who actually gets state dollars?
So that was my intent, yes. If private dollars are gonna provide a drag show for minors, then they ought to do it at a private place, not a public place. So yes.
Okay, so it would limit So if the city was renting something, they would have to get specificity as to what the event is, who's in attendance, et cetera, before they were able to rent a facility or risk losing state dollars.
They already do that.
I'm not sure all of them do that. I rent facilities all the time, and typically the least expensive ones are the ones that are government facilities. I'm never really asked like who's in attendance. I don't really think it's anybody's business if I'm having a birthday party for whoever. So they don't ask those type of questions. So I just want to make sure that we're not putting our governments in jeopardy of losing funds because they haven't, something may happen and it falls in detriment to your, or not in line with your proviso. So are we now saying that they need to get details for anything that rents a facility?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think whenever you rent something, you tell them what you're using it for. So if you're renting it for a birthday, you say, I'm doing a birthday or a union or whatever. And so what this would do is the political subdivision would just have to say, well, if you're doing a drag show, you got to make sure there's no minors there. Because it doesn't say anything about you renting out something in part of the Richland County government and then doing a drag show for your sorority sisters or whatnot, because they're not minors, they're not under 18. This just says if you are putting on a drag show for minors, then you will get 10%.
Well, it actually says then there's minors in attendance. So if I'm having a family function and I have minors there as well as seniors and everything else, and then at that function there is a performance. I wouldn't necessarily call it a drag show based on your definition, but it might be a performance. And it falls within your definition. And the city has just said, yes, Ms. Devine is renting in the pavilion at Earlwood Park for a family function. That's all they're asking me, and then they want to know if we're going to have alcohol. That's pretty much all they usually ask. So I haven't given details on who's going to be there, what's going to happen. It's a family function. Based on your proviso, is the city now in jeopardy if someone now calls and says, I went by Ms. Devine's pavilion and there were men dressed as women?
I don't think I put cross-dressers in here. I just put drag show. So if they're just part of your family that's attending, I would call that a cross-dresser or whatever the appropriate term is. I'm not familiar with that. But drag show would be somebody that is performing for that purpose.
So I agree with the Center for Orange Drug. Maybe you need to tighten up the language to drag show, but I just want to be clear, regardless of the definition of drag show, if it is a facility that's owned by a political subdivision and someone has rented it out and they do what someone can allege is a drag show, the city itself, because they didn't ask for the specifics, they didn't have somebody there monitoring it, they could be in jeopardy of losing 10% of their state funding.
They just need to ask and make sure that they're not going to be doing something that's inappropriate in front of children with state dollars, state funds.
I still think that this attended by children is like, because it's not necessarily for children. If it's for anybody and I'm a parent and I bring my child, you know, the city may not have been monitoring that, and I don't think it's their business to monitor it if it was something that was open to the public and I choose to bring my child. But thank you, Senator. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Senator.
I think he's going to carry the, you're going to move to carry it over. Senator from Newberry, what purpose? And then I'm going to.
Senator, we yield for a quick question. Senator, I know you're going to carry this over so that you can rewrite it. Let me just say, back in the 80s, we would do a fundraiser for church, or I can't remember doing one for our elementary school with the kids present and all, that was called a womanless wedding. And there would be a bunch of us guys with hairy legs and expanded chests and wigs and all that. And thank God back then,
Do you have any
Senator,
pictures?
we did not have cell phones where they could be printing me dressed up like that and putting it on the internet. So just be careful, though, on something like that if it's for fun, you know, whatever. I agree with you on the drag queens.
Thank you, Senator.
Moving to carry over.
I
Mr. President, I move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator from Edgefield is recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Garrett and I are here.
Hold on just a second. Just step in to get you some order. I ask the Senate to be in order. Senator from Edgefield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Garrett and I are here to recognize one of the distinguished citizens from Saluda County, Dr. Ralph Riley, who's serving as our Doctor of the Day. Dr. Riley's grandfather actually served in the Senate about 100 years ago, but he grew up in Saluda, went away to medical school and came back to rural South Carolina, has been practicing there now for a little over 40 years. So, Doctor, we're glad to have you here with us today. I was at your office earlier this week. Actually, I didn't see you there, but I was there. You got a lot of construction going on up there. But thank you very much for being here. Thank you for serving South Carolina for so long, and thank you for being here with us, Mr. President.
Welcome to the Senate. We're delighted to have you being our Doctor of the Day and for your service back at home. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you, Senator from Edgefield. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 585 of the bill, amendment number 58 by Senator Young. Amends the bill in section 117, general provisions, adds a new proviso.
Senate will stand at ease momentarily. Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment.
If I may, I'm going to come to the podium.
While the senator's coming to the podium, Senator from Chester, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Request unanimous consent
State your request.
for the next available date that we close in memory of Miss Eloise S. Coleman of Fairfield County.
Without objection, on the next available day, we will stand adjourned in her memory. Thank you, sir. Sorry for the loss. Senator from Aiken is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the same amendment in concept as Amendment 35 was earlier today when we brought it up before lunch. This has been amended from the earlier version. This is the one that would authorize any person to make a real property or personal property tax payment to a county when that tax is due. What we've done is address some concerns that both the senator from Richland and the senator from Greenwood had with some additional language in the proviso. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, move for passage.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We have further amendments. The reading clerk will publish the next appropriate amendment.
Next amendment is on page 607 of the bill. It's amendment number 40A by Senator Graham. Amends the bill, section 117, proviso 118.21 after line 21. Search a new item to read.
Senator from Kershaw, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Speak on the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one is on proviso 11821 after line 21. And basically what this does is just lays out which of the welcoming centers will be improved with the money that's already in the budget. No money changes hands in this conversation, but there are welcoming centers that are being improved, and this would lay those out: Fairplay, Blacksburg, Fairplay, North Augusta, Landrum, Little River, and then Central, and then this would be Santee Visitor Center would be added to the list. Talking with Senator Grooms, Senator Zell, and Senator Hutto, and myself, this is all in our district, and it's just something that we just want to be very clear in the budget, that these visitor centers, as budgeted here, start to be improved so that we can make sure that all of our guests that drive through South Carolina continue to drive through South Carolina. Motion.
Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you raise?
Ask questions.
Senator, yield for questions.
Happy to yield for questions.
Senator yields.
Senator, this proviso mentions a welcome center that's in the district that I serve and one that has been scheduled to be redone for several years. In fact, as I recall, we put it on the list to be redone when Senator Leatherman was still living and was chairman of finance. Is this going to somehow impact the order of the renovations?
No, sir. I think that what this is just putting it on that list with these other projects. Obviously, this is this area, just like all of our visitor centers, is one of the busiest visitor centers. But again, this puts it in the list of visitor centers to be approved.
Do you mind if we carry this over just so we can look at it and it can come back up in the normal rotation?
Normal route. I'd be happy to carry it over and have some conversation with you. Sure.
Thank you.
Is there another question?
Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you raise?
Before he moves for a carryover, I wonder if he would yield for a question or two.
Senator, yield for questions.
Happy to yield.
Senator, yield for questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, appreciate your amendment here. I'm trying to understand. So these are welcome centers in South Carolina?
Yes, these are all welcome centers in South Carolina.
Where is the Blacksburg Welcome Center?
Senator, I'm not familiar with all the Blacksburgs, but I believe it's in the upstate of South Carolina.
Okay.
That our finance director, and I think he's about to stand up and make sure all of us know where that is.
Fair enough. Fair enough. One that I'm more familiar with, the Santee Welcome Center.
Say that.
Santee Welcome
Center? So it's on I-95 is the Santee Welcoming Center.
You know approximately how far from either the North Carolina, South Carolina, or the South Carolina-Georgia border
right dab in the middle.
Is?
Right
in the middle.
Right in the middle.
The Welcome Center is right in the middle.
Right. One of the busiest that we have in South Carolina, and obviously we all know that federal money, state money is about to improve I-95 at that bridge. And
so we can welcome them to the other side of the bridge?
We can welcome them to the heart of South Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
For your question.
Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you raise, sir?
Senator Steve, Senator Yield.
Happy to
yield for questions. Senator yields for question.
Senator, did you know that most of the welcoming that gets done at the Welcome Center in Santee directs people to go down to the Low Country, to Charleston, and to Summerville?
Senator, I think one of the great things about our visitor center and welcome centers, they actually have promotions of South Carolina, and they are very, very aware of all of the treasures we have in South Carolina to visit, and then continue on the highways.
And so, Senator, in fact, it has brochures of all the state parks, of all the opportunities to visit South Carolina. And so as people stop to rest, it's a rest center, welcome center, basically. As people who are visiting come in, they get to see all the possible opportunities for how they could stay in South Carolina and spend their money.
That's exactly right. And I think that's the great part about our system is that we are very aware of how important it is that we tell South Carolina's story, whether it's on I-95 or I-20 or Highway 1 or wherever it may be. This is a great way for us to continue to invest. These are, again, our South Carolina facilities that we want to take care of and we want to make investment in, and that's what this is about. It's just laying out the list.
Senator from Maurice, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you raise, sir?
See if the senator would yield for a question or two.
Senator yields for questions. Senator
Happy to yield.
Thank you. Senator, did you know that when you made your early comments, you mentioned the phrase I think you used was when they're traveling through South Carolina, they continue to travel through South Carolina. That intrigued me. Would you be willing to amend this so that we can have Georgia state maps available for tourists at the Santee Welcome Center?
Well, I would assume it just depends on which level of where you come in South Carolina where you might see it. There could be pointing the other direction, but ultimately they do love telling our story in South Carolina, and I thank you for the questions. And at the request of the senator, we'll carry over, and I'll get with him and try to see if we can work this wording out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the question is, carry over in the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried over. Sure. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 610 through 616 of the bill. Amendment number 39 by Senator Bright. It's a bill, Part 1B, Section 118, statewide revenues, proviso 118.21.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Wish to be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright.
We have a process here, and I'm just trying to bring a little more deliberation to it. We've got a list of earmarks that have been agreed upon, I guess, by finance, and they've come to the floor. But when I look at what I think the governor asked for $1 billion for roads. We're putting $200 million to the C funds, which that goes to your county transportation groups, which goes by population. It is very effective. I can tell you that back in 2015, we had this amendment. It was a Senate amendment. We got over $200 million, close to $300 million to the roads. I can point to you 3 roads in Spartanburg County. I'm sure Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, can point to roads in Greenville County that got paved with those C funds. So what this amendment does is takes all the earmarks and puts them into the C funds. Now, a lot of folks, when they found out about this amendment, and I'd like to have a roll call on it. I probably don't have the votes for it, but a lot of senators came to me and said, well, some of this stuff, some of these earmarks are different, and they are different. Some of it's for public safety, some of it's for parks. I think about core government function, and this budget, I've kind of gotten a greater understanding than I had when I was here before. I appreciate staff has been very helpful. I've had conversations with the chairman of finance about some issues. I just feel like if we took this, we sent it all to C funds, then members could come to this well and explain to why your project in your district is more important than roads. Because that's what I hear about is roads. And I had people in my district come to me and ask for earmarks. Will you put in for this? Will you put in for that? And I said, when the roads are in the shape they're in, and I heard about these, and I think we got $6 million for welcome centers in the budget. We'll have a nice welcome center with all the brochures in the world and beat your brains out on the interstate. We got to fix these roads. That's what I hear from people. And we had this debate, and it was I appreciate the concern for the state retirement system, but in some areas we are very fiscally responsible. In other areas, when you're talking about a park in my district, that's different. I want to make sure that my fire department has the nicest fire truck, that we have the nicest building. My church, we had a church bus breakdown, and they told me, they said, we broke down the street from a fire department, and it was the nicest place we've ever visited. We didn't even know the bus was broke down. They had recliners and big televisions. It was great. At some point, all the nice buildings shouldn't be government buildings, and we've got people that can't afford to buy a house. When we are taxing people, and I appreciate what we're doing, I hear about the proviso. I hope that proviso survives conference. There's no guarantees. There's no guarantee we're going to have that relief. I hope we do. I know the chairman of finance is going to fight for it. But I would like for each member that has an earmark to come here and explain why that earmark is more important than roads. And I promise you that they are small towns that they love their government buildings. I mean, all these cities want us to provide a bit, but why aren't they providing that? They got a tax base. Our fire SPDs, they got tax bases. And I'll tell you, we need fire service. We need police service. But I was in Alabama and rode through there, and it looked like our fire departments used to look. It was a metal building, for goodness sakes. It's not a resort. And some of these fire departments are the nicest government buildings I've ever seen. And maybe that's what the people want. Maybe they want nice government buildings, houses they can't afford that maybe these large investment groups will buy, and then they can rent from them. And then we can go visit the nice government buildings. But in the end, I think we need to come into this well, and when we spend $1 million of taxpayer money, convince this body of why that's important, instead of coming up here with a couple $100 million, $150 million through one earmark list. And I know it goes through finance, but that's only half the Senate. If each member had to explain that earmark to every member and could convince them it was more important than roads, then I think we ought to do it.
Senator from Pickens, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if Senator will yield for a question.
Senator yields.
For questions. Senator yields for questions.
Thank you. Can you tell me on the distribution, and I'm asking because I've got an earmark in the budget. I've got $2.5 million in the budget to do a congestion mitigation project that is going to my local C-Fund committee. And what I want to know is, in Pickens County, if I vote for your amendment, is that $2.5 million, am I going to lose money or am I going to gain money by doing that?
There's going to be 104. Now, I don't have the formula. That's something we can get with DOT about, but it's $145 million to the roads. I can carry this over and we can get that answer. But there again, there are some roads projects in here. But there again, I would rather each project stand on its own merit than one big list. And this way we can. But I do think that, I think roads are the #1 funding priority in this state.
Before I decide whether I want to vote for it or not, I want to know whether it gives me more money or less money. So
well,
if you could get that formula.
I'll get to work on that. With that, Mr. President, I move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried over. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is on page 617, amendment number 23 by Senators Matthews, Cash, Blackman, that has been previously carried over. Amends the bill, section 118, statewide revenue, after line 4, adds a new proviso.
Senator from Collington, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the bill.
You recognize
amendment,
on your amendment. Senator from Collins.
Colleagues, this is the delinquent tax penalty that I described yesterday. I talked with Senator Cash, and he suggested that